A very good evening and welcome to this edition of The Fourth Estate. Charles Mwangusha-Mpagi, with me my colleague Chris Obore, and tonight he has been Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda for 3.5 years, Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement for 9 years, Member of Parliament for Chinchizi West Constituency, former Minister of Security, former Minister of State for Defense. Mbabazi, now vying for the ultimate prize, the presidency of the Republic of Uganda, but first seeking to get the endorsement of his party, the National Resistance Movement. Mr. Mbabazi, you're most welcome to the Fourth Estate.
Thank you.
It's the first time we're hosting here. We're hosting you in this.
I'm delighted to join you today.
You recently declared that you want to vie for the presidency of the country, first by picking the flag of the National Resistance Movement, and then second, seeking to run for the presidency of the country under the flag of the National Resistance Movement. When did it occur to you that the time had come to shift the hands, to change the hands that run this country from President Yoweri Museveni to someone else, and that person being yourself?
Well, as I have said many times, I think this is time for change in Uganda. The NRM has registered almost incredible achievements in the last 29 years under the leadership of President Museveni. We really have turned the country around. I am very happy with these developments, and I'm particularly proud of the role I've played in those achievements. One thing we have not delivered to Uganda is peaceful transition of power. In the past, in the history of Uganda, we've never experienced change of leadership without violence. NRM has been the reformer. NRM has tried to do the best we could. This is the only thing that remains unachieved or undone.
And you think that will be you to achieve that?
And we have all agreed in the leadership of NRM, and I know that this is the wish and desire of the people of Uganda, that we have peaceful change. Peaceful change means a great deal. You know, when you have peaceful change, then there will be no anxiety when there are elections. In Uganda today, you can see we have not started the campaigns really, in the true sense of campaigning, but there already is anxiety. If you compare ourselves with Tanzania, in Tanzania, the CCM and other parties are conducting internal democratic processes to choose their leaders. In the CCM, there are 44 candidates for flag bearer for president, and they have decided they will deal with the 44, reduce them to 5, and eventually get 1. But there is no anxiety in Tanzania about the election because Tanzania is used to peaceful change. It is almost taken for granted.
You see, I am surprised, just as I would imagine a lot of our viewers and people have been listening to you recently, are surprised that these are words coming out of Mr. Mbabazi. You and the National Resistance Movement led what came to be known in this country as the No Change campaign. Now, even in the NRM, they're saying no change. In 2000, you said Kizza Besigye, who was arguing exactly the same, had jumped the queue. And now people are saying, from what we have heard recently, Mbabazi is a traitor. He's betraying President Yoweri Museveni. President Yoweri Museveni put a lot of faith in him over the last so many years they have worked together. Isn't it a surprise that you are the one talking about the need for peaceful change of power from one leader to another?
But all those things don't negate the necessity, the desirability of peaceful change. Change will occur. I could not have imagined, and please don't count me among those who could have possibly imagined that we will have no change, because it is inevitable. We are all human, we are growing old. Time comes when you retire, and that is inevitable. So change was bound to come. When you make reference to Dr. Chiza Besigye in 2000 and 2001, you know, that was under a different system. That was under the movement political system, as opposed to what we have now, which is multi-party. And of course, things changed. The approach is different. At that time, we had the movement, we had individual merit, and the history of involvement and so on in the struggle was a major factor. So it's not the same now. This is different. But at any rate, let me tell you, I'm calling for change. And those who don't change perish, because change is a natural process.
But in your opening remarks, you said you recognize the enormous achievements the country has made under Museveni, and of course, definitely under you and Museveni. But in your declaration statement, you told the country to choose between nursing a tired nation and going forward. So if the achievements have been made under Museveni, what is then the nation tired of? Is it tired of the achievements or tired of the failures of the NRM? What message are you giving?
I also said that many of the crew members on the boats that we are riding, in the letter that I wrote to the president, have become, did you get it?
Have become tired.
No, I didn't say tired.
Fatigued?
I said they have become fortune hunters. You see what I mean? And I talked about reinvigorating the NRM, actually rebuilding it, making reference to the return to the core principles of NRM. That was the principal theme of my address at that time. So we have to change, obviously. Everybody knows that. Where we've reached, even when we have achieved so much, we still have very many challenges. We are behind much of the world. So we need to do much more. So when you work, however hard one works, you reach a stage where time comes for you to rest.
And my question...
My message is that this is time for change. Not only change of leader, by the way, change of system. Because what we have achieved, yes, maybe that's the maximum we can go. So we need to change to go to the next level.
Can we go back to where we both are coming from, where you coined in the NRM as a campaign slogan for President Yoweri Museveni, no change? And my question to you as we started the show was, when did you realize that change is important? And I did listen to you on Saturday. You were on Capital Gang.
Yes.
And you said that I actually think that in order to minimize the influence of state power, term limits are a solution. Now, everybody we've been listening to tells us not only did you desire no change, but a continuation of President Yoweri Museveni in 2001, when Besigye rose up to challenge him. In 2005, heading to 2005, you led the campaign that removed Article 105, subsection 2, that guaranteed peaceful handover of power from one leader by limiting terms. And now people listening to you will say, or watching you now, will say, this is a new Mbabazi. It's not the old Mbabazi we knew, who built this monolith called the National Resistance Movement that is actually resistant to change.
Okay, Charles, can we handle one by one?
Sure.
Because when you tackle too many things, maybe some get lost along the way. First, no change. How did this slogan, no change, come about? And you know, you've had me publicly speak against sloganeering. I've said sloganeering has never been a solution. It never brings any positive results at all. So what happened in 1996, I believe it was, the first time when we held presidential elections. After we had had our candidates nominated, we went to the conference center to declare, to launch our campaign.
It's actually behind us here.
Yes, to launch our campaign. And I was in charge. So when the president came, I went out to receive him. And when I came back, I found the whole hall was shouting, "No change." Later on, I established that when I went, obviously there was a bit of a gap. Someone came and echoing the sloganeering of Zambian UNIP party, the United National Independence Party of the former president, Kenneth Kaunda, they said no change, meaning no change of leader. I have always said within our ranks that actually no change of leader is all right, but it's against the very nature of NRM, because NRM is a revolutionary group. Our mission is to bring about change, constant change, until there is absolute transformation. And that's what I subscribe to up to now. So that's point number one. Point number two, yes, it's true, I led that campaign against term limits in our constitution, both in the CA and later on in the amendment of the constitution in 2005. And I gave clear reasons. And as I said on Capital Gang when I was there, the one you quoted, I said, you know, things evolve. I actually still believe in the reasons I gave that time. One being the question of choice. The other one being the question of leadership and the quality of leaders we've had in the past. You know, learning from our history. I made very, very strong points then in support of no term limits in our constitution. And I went on to say in this program that I stand by that, because democracy means free choice by the people, by the voter. People should be free to choose between whatever alternatives are presented to them. We should not in any way limit them. That's a given. So I said, however, from experience, I had evaluated that question of choice itself. What choice? Are the conditions in your society conducive to a free choice, conscious choice, rational choice? Or are the circumstances such that actually such a choice does not exist?
Let me take you back a little. If you'll indulge me on this, that consideration and looking at the choices available, 1994, we are making a constitution with a deep preamble that looks at our history and says conscious of where we're coming from and trying to project where we want to go.
Yes.
Article 1052 is put in the Constitution primarily because we knew Amama Mbabazi had been in government for some time. You had served as a state attorney in the early 1970s. You had been in the struggle to bring about that change. And you, after 10 years in power, you make a constitution that is conscious of where we're coming from and the need to guarantee that change. And you insert into the constitution and are proud about it that that change can be guaranteed in a peaceful way, because we knew, or you knew, the society you're talking about. 10 years later, 2005, you have evaluated and you think that article does not belong. That is 2005. Another 10 years later, you realize, actually, if you contextualize our community, our society, we need these safeguards. Are you the same person?
Oh, very much so. Of course, Charles. You know, life is nothing but change. That's what happens. Change is healthy. Change is natural. we looked at our history at that time. As I said, I did make an argument, for instance, in 2005, that Africa is replete, full of failure in leadership. I mean, when you look back, slavery, when the Europeans and others came and enslaved us, what was the problem? The problem was leadership. We were unable to defend ourselves. Our leaders instead joined in the hunt for their own subjects, sell them into slavery. And our people lived in slavery for 400 years. When slavery became unprofitable, then the colonizers came direct and started production for their industrial base here for raw materials by colonizing us. Again, for about a century, we were colonized. What was the problem? Leadership. The only leaders that acquitted themselves well were the emperors of Ethiopia, no one else. When colonial...
You could add Kabalega to that group?
Yes, Kabalega tried, yes. Of course, he tried.
For
Kabalega.
6 years.
But as you give us that history, Mr. Mbabazi,
Yes.
you on record to have said Africa's problem was lack of good leaders. And you repeated it several times that where you have found a good leader, like President Museveni, it was not good to let such leaders go. Yeah. And you believe that President Museveni is a good leader.
Yes.
What informs your inconsistencies today to say it's not good?
But Chris, what is inconsistent?
You said
I have not even said it's not good.
So why are you what is the change for?
And
you said if you have a good one, there's no need to change leaders like that. And you said you were speaking with a lot of understanding. And you're telling this to the MPs. It's on the record. A tape is being played everywhere. Hardly 2 years, you're saying no, we need a change. The same Mbabazi is the one who said, if elections, people have to choose their leaders. When Ugandans have been electing the good Museveni, in your view, were they exercising free will? If not, if they were not exercising free will, why did you then support Museveni, who was being elected without the free will of the people? It's the same Mbabazi, when the teachers said we are paid poorly, we need our money, we need our welfare increased. The president says, go and rear goats. Mbabazi said, we will fire you. The same Mbabazi now says, we need to pay teachers well. What informs your contradictions? Is it desire now to be the president, or you were actually a fortune seeker while in power? Like those now you're accusing us fortune seekers.
Again, you know, you lump too many things together and you may miss the point. I was actually addressing that very question when you came in. I was saying, looking at the history of Africa, the poor leadership we've had during that period, even after independence, you know, Idi Amin, Mobutu, and all these, you remember. I have already stated, and I want to restate today, that Africa's problem has been poor leadership, no doubt. And I still believe that, therefore, where you lack leadership, when you get good leadership, it doesn't make sense to get rid of it just like that. That's
why do you have to get rid of Museveni, who's good?
So listen. However, this does not mean, one, that good leaders don't retire. Who said good leaders can't retire? Of course they do.
Isn't the retirement a choice?
Okay, maybe. See, President Museveni, fortunately, has not commented on this. Maybe, you never know, please, tomorrow he may have big news. He may say, well, this is my choice. I don't know. I am not speaking for him. But the point is that when, again, you look in history, there are very many leaders who were clearly good leaders in their countries, in their societies, that retired. If you look at the American first president, you know what happened. He was the liberator, but he chose to retire, even when everyone said, please.
He should have stayed on.
Yes, stay on. And America prospered. It didn't collapse. Look at our own Nelson Mandela. He was in great demand as a leader. He retired. Was he a bad leader? Of course not.
Was he asked by Zuma or Mbeki to leave power? Like you're asking Museveni to leave?
So I don't have the details on how it came about. I actually did discuss this with Nelson Mandela, and he felt himself that that was the right thing to do, to give way to younger people, because he had served.
Now that Museveni has not felt that way, and in your view, Museveni is a good leader, why do you want him out?
Well, you know, I have said, you saw my letter to him, I wrote to him.
Yes.
I said, Mr. Chairman, we have achieved great things. I feel that it's now time for change.
Okay. Just before you take the break, when did you come to this realization?
The idea that we must have peaceful transition is an idea that we have always had ourselves.
But
and
you personally, when
we
did you
have
come
discussed it. Well, it's part of our long-term strategy.
Part of the long-term strategy. Right there, we'll take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll continue this discussion. What does Amama Mbabazi bring that he says will be rebuilding the party, but also pushing the country forward? You gave an 8 points that are pushing your aspiration for the presidency of this country. We'll discuss those after a short commercial break.
Okay.
Be right back.
NTV, turning on your world.
So I'm here with you because I want to listen to your grievances.
Seba President, twebaza emirimu gy'okola wano ku ddwaliro lyaffe tetulina ddagala, abasawo batono, n'ambulensi tetulina. President Sebo, nze nteesa musemateeka w'eggwanga mututeeremu eddembe ly'omuntu ku by'obulamu Sebo.
You are welcome, Your Excellency the President. So here, our constitution is being amended. I request that you put in the right to health so that we can save our mothers, the children, and the health workers.
Are you sure you don't have all these services?
Yes,
Oh, then this is not acceptable because it's an abuse of your right to health. I'm going to work with Parliament to make sure that all your concerns are solved. Yeah.
We call upon Parliament, Cabinet, the President, and the citizens of Uganda to support the constitutional amendments to include the right to health.
This message is brought to you by Ugandan National Health Consumers Organization, the right to speak out.
For us. That's why she uses new geisha with extract from nature that make it mild enough to use for the whole family. New geisha, mild care for your family skin.
Deception.
I stopped fighting you. What exactly do you want? What exactly do you really want? Yes.
So this was just planned all along, yeah? To pile all the blame on me and make me look black.
Who doesn't know that you're black?
I'm not here about you. I'm here to see Chris. He pregnanted my daughter Jackie and then threw her out like trash. Where is he?
Jackie.
That is Jackie, my daughter.
You're still watching The Fourth Estate, and we have a special guest tonight, John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. He started nursing ambitions to run this country at the head. And I've heard you say that you were not in charge, and the structure of our constitution, who does it put actually in charge, especially in trying to explain things that haven't been done. You, in your declaration, gave 8 reasons for your aspiration and eventual candidature for running. What does Amama Mbabazi put on the table to Ugandans, if you could share it with our viewers now?
Yes, apart from this push for achieving, for the first time in our history, peaceful transition of power, which is very critical in itself, I did, in my statement, essentially cover three broad areas. What I could call governance issues, then economic issues, and what I, again, call quality of life. On governance issues, you know, you have things like democracy and that point about term limits, which we've talked about briefly.
You have free and fair elections.
Free and fair elections and things of the kind. Under economic issues, we talk about the desire to handle the most pressing problem of Uganda, industrialization, job creation, you know, transformation of society through creation of wealth. I am looking at policies that would change the way we handle the resources that we have now. I believe that if we change the way we handle things, it is possible that we can pay teachers and soldiers and police officers, the public sector generally, more than we are able to pay them now without requiring additional resources. I talk about attracting heavy investment by local and international investors. And these are issues I am not talking about now. I don't think it's time to talk about them now, but issues that obviously will come out in detail in the near future as we move along. And of course, we are addressing the question of quality of life. I mean, things like healthcare, our medical services, you know, the state they're in. Our education, we have democratized education, as you know. So the quantity, we have really increased the quantity of education available to our people. We need to pay attention to the quality and the question of the skills gap, which is a major problem. So broadly speaking, this is what the 8 points cover.
Let's stick on the issue of good governance. You said to the BBC, you said to Voice of America, and said yesterday to Capital Gang, that where people either are not conscious of the choices they are making, or where the environment is not conducive, where intimidation, use of the state machinery, bribery are used, you cannot say that people are exercising their free will. People who watch political developments in this country will tell you. 1996, you just told us you were in charge of the process after nominating the candidate. 2001 was mayhem, utter chaos, involving death, when Kizza Besigye offered to challenge President Yoweri Museveni. 1996 was chaos. 1986 rather. 2006, I beg your pardon. 2006 was complete chaos. People died. 2011 resulted in the walk to work, which at its climax, on the day the president was sworn in, left a number of Ugandans dead. The realization that free and fair elections need an environment in which they can be conducted. Anybody who knows Amama Mbabazi and his contribution to the building of the NRM will conclude that you were part of creating an environment where free and fair elections are not possible. How can you now be the same person asking that you need to create an environment for free and fair elections?
Well, I am not sure that what you're saying is correct. I think that as the process marched forward, you know, from the time when we took power and we did the expansion of NRC, electoral colleges in 1989, and then the first universal adult suffrage elections in 1994, and all those other elections you've mentioned, each stage, and again, I think I made this point in those interviews you referred to, at each point we learned something new. I have supported electoral law reforms, for example, consistently. Why? It's necessary to take into account the experience we've had. So each time we do something, and some either unacceptable or something that is inconsistent with the democracy occurs, then we should study it and see what measures are in place to address that issue. And really, that's what we've been doing all along. We are talking about incremental improvement, increasing the quality of our election, of our vote, as we move along.
Where is the
But Charles, there is something that Mbabazi needs to let us understand about him, first of all. Because one, it is no doubt, everyone knows a good lawyer in you, a good planner in you. But from what you're saying all your actions are being informed by experience. Then I ask myself, where is foresight in you to know that the actions of today could lead to this tomorrow? You seem to only emphasize on we learn. And therefore, these are the things I will ask you. You need to tell us on this show, you want an environment for free and fair election. How free were the Kenkizi elections in 2001, where you contested against Garuga Musinguzi? Was that torture and maiming that the courts said all the worst that could happen in an election? An election where you're a participant. It's a court ruling. What happens if you say, he told MPs in the House who were fighting against the Public Order Management Bill, in fact, you called them wild animals. Wafula Gutu went and addressed a press conference and said, you are speaking like Hitler. I'm a journalist, I was observing these things.
I don't remember that.
Yes, and now I'm saying you need foresight, not experience only. When you were appointed Prime Minister, in your NRM caucus meeting, Sierra Kubo stood up when your name was being nominated and said, Your Excellency, the man you're appointing a Prime Minister had contested against me for the same position in Ambole. How come this man is going to be a Secretary General as well as the Prime Minister? I was not there, but I was told they asked you to explain. The idea was you would choose one job, and you agreed to choose the Prime Ministership. But you refused to leave the Secretary Generalship. So with all of this, when it came to the phone tapping bill, you said it was necessary. But civil society said it would constrict space for citizens to participate in elections.
I think I need to take notes because...
You need to take those notes because there are many issues. Now, the big question for you to answer, to what extent have your words and actions enhanced democracy in this country?
You have time to raise all these, don't lump them all together.
Yes, I'm saying the question now is giving you those incidents where you call other guys wild animals, where you accept to have one position you want to, where in your election is on the records as having been the worst that could happen in an election. Today you are the preacher of good governance. So to what extent have your actions in the past, your actions and words enhanced this democratic space you're now desiring?
Yeah. Of course, first of all, you can't avoid experience, Chris. If you are going to act, then you must look back at the actions you took. So, for you to act, you must do so as a result of foresight and planning. So there is no way you can have an election, or any action for that matter, unless you have planned ahead. At any rate, that's how I deal with things. So when I talk about experience, it's in the context of the negative things, the things that are not consistent with the ideal situation we would like to have in our country. And I say, where things have been successful, we move on with them. We don't alter them. But where there was a problem, we have an obligation to attend to it and take corrective or rectify that situation. That's the simple point I'm making. Now, on election violence, in specific reference to me and Chinchiz West and the court ruling, you know, in 2001, my brother, James Garugamusinguzi, went to court after the results were announced, and I had been declared the winner. And he made a case that, you know, there were all those things that happened. And there was a ruling in his favor by the High Court. But I think the allegations that were made, if I recall, were bribery, election that I had paid voters, that there was torture, I don't know, violence, and that the army was deployed in the constituency in order to support me, and one or two other things. The High Court found in favor on all these issues. But on appeal, all these were turned down, were reversed by the Court of Appeal, except the question. The other thing they talked about was that I had gone to a polling station with my guards who were armed, and so on and so forth. So all these were actually reversed. That decision of the High Court was reversed by the Court of Appeal on bribery. In the bribery, they were alleging that I gave someone 500, a young man, 500 shillings to go and share it with other people. And the only evidence was from that young man in an affidavit, and I had answered to say that's not true. I didn't even know the boy. So there was only one ground on which the Court of Appeal upheld the nullification of that election. The presence of the military was a result not of my desire to have protection. At any rate, James Musinguzi didn't threaten me, but it was a result of the attack of Bwindi, the terrorist attack in Bwindi. You remember, when foreign tourists were abducted.
1998.
Yes, 99. Yes, 99. When they were abducted and killed, including some Ugandans. So the army was deployed there then for that purpose. And it was not there for me or for any election for that matter. The fact that these soldiers were with me, I think, was found not to have violated. It was not an offense under the election law.
You didn't find anybody maimed by your soldiers?
No, my soldiers never fought anyone. There was a case, one case, of my PA who had had an encounter with people that had been pursuing him earlier in the campaign. And that went to court, actually. It went to court and it was resolved there.
Separately, not as part of the election petition?
No, this was separate. So that's a fact.
But before we move away from the question of the involvement of the military and rigged elections, which I believe you'll be responding to, people asking, are we having better elections? And looking to you, declaring that you want to challenge and make things better is, in one way, an admission that the aspirations or the reasons given by you and your colleagues in waging a Bush war after an election you said was rigged, we have actually turned in a 360-degree angle and gone back to where we started from. Involvement of the military influencing people's choices. You can trace it to as recent elections as 2011 in Budadiri West constituency of Nandala Mafabi, in Rukunjiri in 2001, a man called Indahora who has never been held to account for the shooting and killing of people, who was a member of the Presidential Guard, it was called PPU at the time, Presidential Protection Unit. You will trace it to other incidents that happened littering every election we have had since the NRM government decided to start moving on an electoral path. And people are saying, can this be the same person, Mama Mbabazi, who is now saying, now I realize things are not the way we planned them or we wanted them to be, and I am the person who can deliver you to a better country, I mean a better environment, a better state of governance.
Even if that was the case, that would be a welcome development. I have no doubt that if you are engaged in, if you are so, remember, persecuting the Christians, and then...
can you take that as an admission from you that Mama Mbabazi once was Saul, now has become Paul?
No. I'm saying the principle, just this theoretical point you are making. Even if that had been the case, it would be a welcome development. But actually, it's not the case. All those things you are citing were incidents. The court, because these matters, remember, they went to the Supreme Court. And the court indeed found that there was violence in Rukunjiri, resulting in the death of a person. However, the court even then ruled that the election truly reflected the wishes of the people. Why? They used what they called both a qualitative and a quantitative evaluation of that election. The quantitative part was, even if you could say qualitatively that the death of a man affected so many people because it instilled fear and things like that. This was in one constituency, in Rukunjiri. Would you say that affected all the other constituencies free of such incidents? So they added up. They said, Dr. Besigye, I think that time, had 2.7 million votes. Yoweri Museveni had more than 5 million. So even if, on a qualitative basis, you actually took away the votes in Rukunjiri from, and even put them to Besigye, the result would still be the same. And so they concluded that that result reflected the true wish of the people.
Looking back, you said that you talked about history. Looking back on that decision, and what we have seen documented by retired Supreme Court Judge George Kanyehamba, who was not part of the quorum of the 2001 Supreme Court hearing, but was part of the 2006. And he says both elections, in his opinion, the judges made what you lawyers would call employed what you lawyers call the Kelsenian theory to say complete revolution. You don't take a political risk by overturning that election. That in deciding that the election or the violence and the rigging were not substantial enough to cause a different result, the lawyers were, the judges rather, were actually being simply pragmatic and fearing the worst that would come out of reversing that election than actually applying the law. You're a lawyer, substantiality in law, I don't know if it applies.
You know, I have not read Professor Kanyehamba's book. Is it a book?
He's written a paper. He's published.
Okay. I have not read it. I'll be happy to read it. All I can say is that George, my friend George, and I, together with others, actually enacted that law, which talks about, introduces that term, substantial. We clearly had in mind that it may be impossible to have a perfect election. I have not heard of a perfect election anywhere in the world yet. So there may be some faults here and there. And the idea is, if the faults are so minimal that even if, in order to correct them, you would expect the same result, then please
Okay, we need to take another break. And I hope you'll appreciate that you've served for so long in government and been at the center of politics for so long that you have a lot of issues to respond to. You've given so few interviews in all that long time. So if we are not able to exhaust the issues that our viewers and ourselves would desire that you exhaust, you'll bear with us.
I think I will have to exercise the freedom also to choose which of the many things.
Exactly, that's perfectly okay. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue with this discussion.
NTV, turning on your world.
Richard knows that as much as he fears no challenge from Land Cruiser carburetors, Mitsubishi engines, or Subaru gearboxes, his wife Ruth fears no stain.
As long as I trust new Nomi White, I fear no stain.
Fear no stain, because new Nomi White just loves clothes.
This one is for you, Mama.
Turn moments into memories with our trusted internet. Airtel, the smartphone network.
Welcome back to this last segment. State, a special one featuring John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. He is vying for presidency of Uganda. He is first vying for presidency for the flag of the National Resistance Movement, which says is a party he founded and has built and is not ready to abandon as yet. Chris, if you asked Mr. Mbabazi quite a few questions, and he said he needed more time to answer them. If you could just restate two of the questions so that we allow him the space to answer those, and then.
I remember.
I'm just listening to Mama Mbabazi, but there are too many issues in short a time for me to fill it to him. But let me ask three specific questions. For you to lead, it's not beyond a promise. You have been in leadership, so you should account for that time you have been in leadership. The question I asked, to what extent have your words and actions in the past been geared towards growing democratic space in Uganda, especially in relation to some of the controversial legislations that you championed? The second question is about elections. You say that there is no perfect election. At the same time, you are faulting Museveni for failing to organize good election. I want to ask you, David Nyefunza, who has disagreed with Museveni the way you are disagreeing now, made it public that Kizza Besigye had won a presidential election, but the results were changed at that time you were the President Museveni. Do you agree with Nyefunza's assertion that Besigye had won and they were changed? If you don't agree, does it mean that you opponents of Museveni come out to lie about Museveni in order to gain that advantage? The last question is, in 1999, Dr. Besigye realized the movement was losing course. You were actually enhancing the movement. You called him a man who had jumped the queue. He didn't even stand at that time. He raised a paper to show that the NRM had digressed. Other than a letter you wrote recently before you declared, is there evidence that you tried within NRM to put President Museveni on a right track, or you are simply jumping out and trying to take advantage of the weakness you created? And would you, Mbabazi, basing on that, agree that Besigye has far more insight than you do? Because he saw these things, he wrote about them internally, and then before he left, you waited for experience to teach you. Do you concede that Kifefe's son had far more insight?
Thank you. There are many questions for you to answer, so we'll give you time to answer them.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I have been in leadership all this time, as I said in my introductory remarks. And I said I'm proud of the part I have played in the successes of the country and in the work of the government of NRM. I also actually take responsibility for the failures collectively. I would like to state very clearly that the Public Order Management Act, I think, is a good law, even now. I defended it then, I defended it even now. I've heard many people in the media saying that I put this monster in place and now I am the victim. This is not true. It's not a monster. The Public Order Management Act came about when the Police Act, Section 32, subsection 2, was nullified by the Constitutional Court. Mwanga Chivumbi had challenged the provisions of that subsection, which gave the Inspector General of Police power to approve, to grant, or not to grant permission for people to exercise their freedoms or rights, for instance, to demonstrate or to gather in public. And he said this clearly contravened the Constitution. And the Constitutional Court ruled in his favor. And that subsection was nullified. It was declared null and void by the Constitutional Court. And therefore, there was need for the enactment of a law that would regulate the conduct of police in the exercise of their constitutional duty to keep peace. Because, you see, when people demonstrate, the Constitution says you are free to demonstrate peacefully. So whose duty is it to keep peace? It's the police. But now that they don't have power, or even a role, I told Capital Gang yesterday, they don't even have a role to play in the organization or management of a meeting when people are exercising their freedoms and rights. How do they play their role of peacekeeper? And that's what the Public Order Management Act does.
Is that what it does?
Yes.
It could be what it is supposed to do. Is it what it does?
It is.
Right on this point, the effect or the import of the Public Order Management Act was developed largely because political demonstrations and political expression was becoming a problem for government to deal with. What police has done is restrict activists, advocates and other people look at this act as an act that continues to constrict space for free expression. People have been saying it's a monster that now you are the victim of, simply because you say, I am going to start on a tour. We discussed that, by the way, on this show last week. Your letter, the letter from the police, the letter from the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, and the letter from the Electoral Commission. In the studio, we're discussing it. We're saying, you issue a program and say, I'm going to do this. What does the police do? It picks up a law you created and tells you, because of this law, we cannot allow you to do your meetings. Now, for you, you have been on the inside. The victims of the Public Order Management Act are the people out there in political activity, Kizza Besigye and his colleagues, who cannot hold a meeting without the police coming in and blocking it. So I don't know how you say that is a good law where it hasn't allowed people to exercise their right to assemble and discuss political issues.
The problem is not the law. The problem is the violation of that law.
By who?
By police. Because police is acting in breach of that law. The police has no such power. It does not.
When they breached it, when they confined Besigye and Lukau to their homes, they pleaded for you in Parliament, again I watched you, to even have them get food. Why didn't you come out in the protest of that breach of the same law?
No, you know, there are many laws. It's only the regulation of public meetings that have been addressing. But of course, the Penal Code has many provisions. There are many other laws that regulate the conduct of people, generally, as you know.
So did we need another law?
I don't think Dr. Besigye was being confined in his house under the Public Order Management Act.
Immediately
they couldn't because there is no such power under that.
But Mr. Mbabazi, constricting of spaces, creating another law, you said just to us a few minutes ago, that law was created and you defended it because it was in response to a court ruling that found Section 32 of the Police Act.
Subsection 2.
Yes, 32, subsection 2 of the Police Act, inconsistent with the Constitution. So you're trying to skirt around issues, deliberately trying to narrow the space for free expression, to create the Public Order Management Act by circumventing a court ruling.
I am going to.
I don't know what they say about that in law.
I am going to write a series of articles on this matter for publication, for the benefit of the public to understand what the law says. Because I know a lot of people misunderstand it. They think when you gather, when you are 3 or 4 or more in your home, then you must get police permission. All this is wrong. Only a few days ago, the police in Chibuku invaded the private home of a member of parliament, claiming that they had received a report that that MP was conducting an illegal meeting in the home. There cannot be an illegal meeting in a home. There is nothing like that under the Public Order Management Act, because you can have 1 million people in your home if you wish. You can have 1 million people in the church or in the mosque, you know, in the party headquarters or wherever, without reference to anyone. You can hold what they call town hall meetings without reference to any of these
Your plan is town hall meetings, and that's why the police responded to you,
so,
the Inspector General.
So, I think there is a misunderstanding of what the law is about, and I have volunteered to write something about it for the benefit of the public.
And for the time you were Prime Minister, Minister for Security, you did not realize that there was a misunderstanding of that law. Well, you realize it now because it is being invoked against you and your supporters.
Well, Charles, better late than never. The question has arisen. I'm offering to explain, and I will do so, unless you are suggesting that the situation should remain as it is.
No, I'm wondering, Kizza Besigye must be watching you, Arias Lukwago must be watching this discussion.
In fact, what Charles is saying, Honorable Mbabazi, is, let me use, when you plant bananas, what do you expect to reap?
Bananas, you reap bananas.
So why did you planted a badlo? Why do you want to reap peas? Why do you want to reap oranges after planting bananas?
But you know, there is something which looks like a banana. If you plant it and you harvest, I don't remember what they call it in English. And you
what
harvest
is it called in Ruchiga? You couldn't say
And
you harvest it and you eat it. I'm afraid it may be.
While in power, what I'm saying, you are planting so many things, Honorable Mbabazi. And now the fruits of those things are coming. You're running away from them.
No, I'm not running away from anything. I am a stickler, by the way, to the rule of law. If you have listened to me, why do you only pick negative things, Chris, what I say many, many things.
Let me pick another thing you said.
So,
can you allow him, because there are other issues he wanted to respond to. I think we need to give him opportunity to answer to
I'm a stickler to the rule of law, because I have stated many times, as have many other people, that, you know, the level of civilization of any society can be gauged by the extent to which the rule of law applies to them. Now, did Dr. Besigye win elections? I'm not aware of those.
In 2006?
In 2000, I'm not aware of that. I can tell you that at the NRM headquarters, we had our own call center from which we received results directly from our agents. And our results, the overall results, tallied with the results of the Electoral Commission.
Did Sejusa lie? Therefore, when he said
I don't know
that,
what Sejusa said.
Sejusa said the results that went to the Electoral Commission went through some kind of, I'm not using his exact words, but some kind of other processing center at Basima House, vetted, and the results that the Electoral Commission was announcing were not the results
I can only say that I'm not aware of that.
You were part of the defense team of candidate Yoweri Museveni and the Electoral Commission in the Supreme Court petition number 1 of 2006.
Yes.
And all the 7 judges who constituted the quorum for that petition ruled that there were violations of electoral laws. They only fell short by 1 judge from nullifying that election. And we have a former coordinator of intelligence agencies telling us actually that election was won by Kizza Besigye, only that that decision could not be given. We also have a man you call your brother, George Kanyehamba, who said judges changed their mind about their ruling on the night before that election. So you're saying you're not aware that did Besigye actually win that election?
I'm not aware of that. As far as I'm concerned, the results we received in the NRM headquarters, direct from we are getting from every station, polling station. Clearly, we had won the election.
What do you say about the 7-0 ruling of the Supreme Court judges that the election violated electoral laws?
Well, I mean, that is not surprising in light of what I said earlier, that it is possible to have isolated incidents here and there where clearly there was breach or something similar, obviously.
Go ahead and respond to the other questions.
You don't expect...
Obore raised.
You don't expect, as I said, I don't expect perfect. That law was made on the basis that it would be almost impossible to have a perfect election where there is no fault. The next question was about Dr. Besigye having far more insight than myself. Maybe he does. I don't know whether the example you gave, though, is the measure of insightfulness or not. But in 1999, if I can repeat what I said then, when I talked about Kizza Besigye, it was under the movement system where individual merit was the basis of election to public office. Secondly, I want to state, for the benefit of those who may have forgotten or didn't know, that under the movement system, the movement and the state were one and the same, obviously. You know, the movement was budgeted for, all the activities of the movement were budgeted for. The public, the national political commissar actually was a member of cabinet by virtue of being an NPC. So this is different and was different from the multi-party dispensation that we adopted when the Constitution was amended in 2005.
How would you say that, Mr. Mbabazi, when we have seen the National Resistance Movement as a political party continue to use facilities of the state to do political work, including but not limited to holding caucus meetings at State House, including allowing members, officials of the party, and yourself as an example, as Secretary General, without a separate budget of Secretary General, but using your office as Prime Minister to do party work. It appoints the person who was actually replacing you now is a Deputy Secretary General in the NRM, Richard Todwong, appointed to serve the party, but actually earning a government salary as a minister. That fusion of the NRM as a party and the state, they are so intertwined, whether as a political party, actually people question the pretense that NRM leaders put to saying there is a multi-party dispensation and NRM is a party. Actually, you're not agreed in the NRM that you're a part of an organization. We keep getting lost along the way because the party and the state have been functioning intertwined. So it hasn't changed from the individual merit system. And actually, someone would say there are more restrictions under a political party arrangement. Party rules should hold someone like Besigye more tightly than in an individual merit arrangement, under which he contested first in 2001.
Well, you gave examples of Secretary General and now someone else. You jumped the president.
Yes, the president, party chairman, same one person.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, there is a difference. When I was Secretary General in 5 and 6 and so on, I was also Minister of Security. I performed my duties as Minister of Security, and I used government facilities to do that. I also performed my duties as Secretary General, and these were separate. I was never paid as Secretary General from government funds. Never. Not even once.
Were you paid as Secretary General from NRM funds?
In fact, I've never been paid.
By the NRM. So how did you do your work as NRM Secretary General if you're not getting any payment?
Oh,
how were you running the party?
I was a volunteer.
You were a volunteer. And everyone else was a volunteer?
Most people, we had some staff.
Does that explain why?
Some staff.
Yes. Does that explain why you would never?
The president has never been paid as chairman. None of the top leaders.
Does that explain why you would never hold a party activity unless your party chairman said he had found some resources, and those resources no one can actually trace and say they have been properly accounted for? I check at the Electoral Commission, political parties' desk, and NRM most notorious record of not complying with the Political Parties and Organizations Act, the provision that requires you to provide audited accounts to the Electoral Commission. And that includes the time you were Secretary General of the NRM for 9 years.
Well, I know that we did. I did myself. I did submit accounts. I did submit accounts audited by, what do you call these auditors who are authorized?
By certified auditors?
Certified auditors.
Which audit firm audits NRM books?
I don't remember them.
But you submitted those accounts?
It will be difficult to remember because he's doing many things. But I know you may not have time to answer all these questions. But I feel you ought to know many issues that you'll have to contend with in addition to that. For instance, Amama Mbabazi, when you were contesting against for Secretary Generalship at Nambole, against Otafire, Sechikubo, and Bukenya, you did make mention that why were these people, Otafire and Bukenya, running around the country looking for delegates when the elections are supposed to take place in Nambole? Why don't they wait for the delegates to come to Nambole and they tussle out?
Yeah.
I'm surprised today you want to do the same thing, run to NRM supporters before even the NRM secretary has said it is time for electioneering. That's marks of double standards. The other is...
Can you respond to that and then you can turn to the next one?
You know, please, Chris, don't give partial information. That is true, but I also said, and actually what happened is, when they ran around and I protested, they were not stopped. So I decided, because already word was going around that I had withdrawn from the race. So because I was too busy here at the headquarters, I decided actually to send my wife. That's how my wife got to know everybody in the country, to move around the country to deliver just one message, that I was still in the race. By doing that, we set a precedent, because it started, it was not stopped, and I could see there was no legal way of stopping it, so it went on. And maybe, on reflection, that's what democracy is about, because if you want to be elected, you must get yourself known.
But the other thing is, Charles, it is very important before he leaves. I have 3 last questions, maybe for you, either you answer them or not.
Can you ask one question, he answers, and then another question?
He needs to have them there, because there's no time. You'll interject on him. Sure. What I'm asking, many NRM leaders who aspired to grow in NRM politics like you, many are grieved that while you wanted your star to rise, you were busy diminishing the fortunes of everyone else. And in your political journey, you have left so many casualties because of your actions. In fact, Bukenya called you a mafia, the head of the mafia. Today, the East is crying. The only growing star, Rebecca Kadaga, you are the man behind trying to fail her. She has been made it public. If the Tumukundes, who were growing in the military, found themselves down, people are asking questions. Why do you cry louder when you are being scratched? Yet, there is evidence that you have been scratching other people in your eyes. Were you the senior fortune seeker before Museveni than the ones you are blaming today? The other is, everybody says, I think even said on Capital, that you have enough money to finance the campaigns. Since you love good governance, it will be important to account, are you Dangote? If you are, what are your business interests that you made all this money? Do you have a factory in Kanungu? What are you manufacturing? Or this is actually state money? You need to account to us. The last one is, what is it exactly? You said you built NRM. Museveni is a good leader. What exactly are you running from in NRM? And to what are you running to? Because when a frog begins jumping during broad daylight, there must be something after this life. What is that, Mr. Mbabazi?
Thank you. If you could respond to those. We're running pretty short on time.
Well, I don't think I need a lot of time to respond to these, because they are fairly simple. Have I acted in any way to diminish anyone else? Never in my life. It's not my nature, it's not my character. Professor Bukenya said he didn't call me mafia. He said so. He addressed the press. I was with him.
After you coerced him?
So.
Professor Bukenya gave an interview to the former managing director of the Daily Monitor, Conrad Nkuto.
Charles, we don't have to go into that detail. I am saying, yes, you know, it's true that an interview was published. I was in London debating actually this term limit thing with the late comrade Kategaya. And then I saw one of the people in the audience came up and said, look, you are called mafia. So when I came back, we had a meeting with Professor Bukenya, and Professor Bukenya denied it. And he said, okay, can we make this public? And he said, yes, sure. So he had the press conference where I was, and he denied it. The Right Honorable Kadaga, I have had her calling me names, all sorts of names.
Complaining that you are fighting her.
Yes, complaining.
Doesn't call you names.
Well, she has been complaining that I am fighting her. It's not true. I'm not fighting her. I have no reason to do so. She says that I cannot be Basoga because how can I be president of Basoga a man from Kanungu. She's not sure whether I'm Congolese or Rwandese. Those are serious statements from a national leader. And I think at an appropriate time and in the right forum, we will discuss that. I don't know about my friend Brigadier Henry Tumukunde and so on. I certainly have not engaged in bringing down anyone.
We need to bring this short an end.
Do I have enough money to run an election?
Where do you get it?
No, first, do you have the money?
Do you have the money?
Yeah, no, I don't have the money, but I am sure I will raise it.
How do you intend to raise the money?
I will get it from you.
How?
Subscription.
But there is a story that you sold it. Actually, Mbabazi, you said that you sold this country to Chinese interests, to financial election. That would be dangerous if it is true. Is it true?
It might be difficult to sustain that, Chris.
I am asking, is it true?
No, without putting evidence on the table.
It's not true.
But the question is, you on Saturday that you are confident that you will have enough resources to run the election.
Yes.
And the talk has been that you have a lot of money. Actually, in Capital Gang, someone alleged that you had 2 rooms full of dollars.
Yes, and pounds.
And pounds.
And I said there is nothing like that in my house or anywhere. Actually, I said I'm sure I would raise enough money to run the campaign. When I am, incidentally, I'm going to write about it. I'll tell you exactly what I'll be doing to raise that money. Okay. So, just rest.
Yes, just 2 last questions.
No, one more.
Yeah?
What are you running from?
Yes.
In NRM?
And where are you running to?
And where are you running to? Chris, where did you get this idea from?
I am asking you the question.
I'm not running from NRM. I am running in NRM. I'm running in NRM.
Mbabazi, can you tell us what is different between you and Museveni as leaders?
President Museveni has been president.
So you want to be the president? That's the difference.
Will be the president. Will have been the president for 30 years next year when we hold elections. Okay.
Turning on your world.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
Tomorrow night.
I'm here to see Chris. He pregnanted my daughter Jackie and then threw her out like trash. Where is he?
Jackie,
that is all. Jackie.
Everybody down! Fine. It was the most violent shootout in American history. Back inside.
Tomorrow night.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
So, tell me again why I'm here?
Neighbors complained, said they heard crying and screaming. Seems like it could be an ongoing thing.
What do you think, child abuse?
Could be. That's why I'm here.
That's not a good sign.
This is Detective Jordan of the Dyers Bay Police Department. I'm here with Child Services. Open up. We're coming in.
After you.
Hello? Anybody home?
I like The Office better.
This is nothing.
All right, freeze, lady. Stay down.
You get out of my house! Don't you dare take my family away from you! Get out!
Check out the rest of the house. There could be a child in here. This is Jordan. I'm on a domestic. I have a situation. I need backup now.
Stop doing that. We have to get up.
Oh, come on. First meeting's not until 10.
That's great. That'll give us plenty of time to talk about options for sitters.
Not now.
We have to hire someone. I hear someone. Good morning.
Is someone gonna make breakfast, or are we all gonna starve to death?
Oh, you are such a little drama queen.
That's me. You? Oh, stop it, stop it.
Here's the
Get some breakfast.
No. Max, you're late.
Any chance you can take the kids to school?
I have to be at work at 8:30. And besides, you don't have to be anywhere till 10.
All right, let's get a move on then.
Oh, don't forget.
I know.
We're interviewing a sitter tonight.
How come you drove us to school and not Mommy?
Because, buddy, Mommy's working, remember?
I know, but why? Because Mommy wanted more money.
Casey.
We used to have more money. What happened?
Ah, Max.
I'm 5 years old. I have a lot to learn.
I know I've only been back a few days, but it doesn't seem like anything's changed.
Except maybe the ads, which have progressively gotten worse, if that's possible. Okay, Megan. I've known you since Rush Week. What's wrong?
I think Carter's a little upset at me for coming back to work. There, I said it.
So, if you would have paid more attention to what was going on around him at his old firm, you wouldn't have had to. There, I said it.
Shauna, why is it so hard to be married?
Don't ask me. I got divorced for a reason. My husband took off with a 19-year-old.
This is Megan.
Mrs. Eastman, it's Mrs. Berry, Max's teacher.
Miss Berry, what can I do for you?
I think you should come down here, Mrs. Eastman.
Is Max all right?
Max is fine. He's been disrupting class again, though.
How disruptive can he be?
He got into the glue again. When can I expect you?
I'll be right there. Olsen residents, Mel, it's Megan. Would you mind watching Max for a little while until Carter gets home from work?
Of course. Bring him right over, sweetie.
Thanks. I'll be right over. Bye. Max, do you want to tell me why you put glue in Susan's hair? Max, Mommy has to work now during the days. You understand that? So, I can't keep running down here every time you feel like acting up.
But I miss you.
You give it some time?
Okay.
No. Come on. Come on.
So what do you think?
Well, it sounds like it'll be okay.
I think that's what you're looking for.
Great, thanks.
Stan.
Sir.
Really is good to see you.
Likewise.
So I understand you'll be bringing a little business our way?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Good.
Listen, Carter, I want you to see the accountant right away. Just tell me when. How about tomorrow? Your office? Sounds great. Yes, thank you. Bye, Ted.
Bye, Stan. Talk about the nick of time.
Abby's gonna be here any minute.
I know, I'm hurrying.
Who's Abby?
She's a sitter. She's coming for dinner.
Sitter as in babysitter? I don't like the sound of that.
Just relax, buddy.
I hope she's nice.
Me too, huh?
I just don't want her to think we're crazy.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm not that crazy.
Don't worry, we'll be good. Right, Max?
Right.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Hi, I'm Abby. What's your name?
Casey Eastman.
My Casey. You're so pretty.
I get it more from my mom than my dad. You can come in if you want. Dinner's almost ready.
Okay.
So, Abby, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, let's see. I graduated from Santa Cruz last spring, and I moved down here soon after.
And I've been doing some babysitting jobs to pay the bills ever since.
I'm not a baby.
Of course you're not a baby. That's just a figure of speech.
I'll bet.
Max is our resident skeptic. You'll get used to it eventually.
He's a brat.
Casey.
No, I'm not. Still wets his pants. I heard you.
Well, she's certainly prettier than I thought.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
You know, for a lawyer, you're a terrible liar.
I mean it. I liked her. And I'm hardly basing that on her looks at all. The kids seem to like her. You got my vote. Move her in.
Great. I will start cleaning out your so-called gym, and I will have her move in next week. And maybe you could fix the drain in our bathroom, because I am tired of sharing with the kids.
Yes, dear. It'd be weird, you know, having a stranger live with us.
Yeah, well, it's a little late for that now, isn't it?
I was just saying.
Big day, huh?
Yeah.
She's cute, right?
Bet your ass.
I just can't believe how lucky you were to find a sitter so quickly.
I know. You talk about being in the right place at the right time.
Oh, and don't forget, T-minus 3 weeks and counting till the biggest barbecue to end all barbecues.
Geez, you'd think it was the second coming. It is a barbecue down.
See, women just don't understand. Men need to grill meat. It's instinctive.
He's so full of it.
And here she is. This is so beautiful. Thank you so much. It was so nice of you to do that for me. I want you to meet Mel and Del Olson. They live next door.
Hi. Welcome to the
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you.
Well, let's get your stuff inside. Okay, right?
I'll get your bags.
Turn around.
So, about this.
You can have it if you want.
I'll tell you what, sweetie. Why don't you go finish it up for me, okay?
Okay.
Come on. This is really nice up here. Thank you. This is Max's room. This is mine and Carter's room. And here's the bathroom.
This is my room. You can come see it whenever you like.
And this is gonna be your room. Everything's new. Carter set this room up as a gym, but then he never set foot in it. I'll let you get settled. I'll get that.
Thanks.
You all settled in?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Carter, I'm terribly sorry about displacing your gym.
Oh, that's all right. I really haven't been using it that much anyway.
Well, you look like you use it a lot.
Hi. I made some brownies.
Kids are gonna love those.
You must be Abby. I'm Shauna.
Hi, Shauna.
Hi.
You want some coffee?
Yes, please. Megan sure is happy to have some help around here.
Amen to that.
Thank you. So, Abby, where are you from?
Up north.
Your family still up there?
It's just me. I was an only child, and my parents died when I was 7.
Poor thing. Alone at 7.
Casey's 7.
Well, seems things have turned out all right for you, all things considered.
Yeah. I spent some time with a really nice foster family, and I worked my way through college by babysitting, which kind of led me here.
That's great.
Well, I'd love to stay and chat with you ladies, but I have a date tonight, and I have to get a wax.
But, Shauna, she doesn't pull any punches. Come on, I'll walk you to the door.
Hey, nice to meet you.
You too.
Call me after our date. I want details.
Hey, she's great.
Isn't she? And Casey loves her already.
Well, you made the right choice.
Oh, I am so glad to hear you say that.
She's got quite the little bot on her, too. All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. I'll talk to you later.
such a pretty street.
Isn't it? That's where my friend Jenny used to live. But she doesn't live there anymore because her mom got tired of her dad always going to Las Vegas with his secretary.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, that's where I saw Mr. Monroe kissing Mrs. Sorensen.
Wow.
And then that house way back there is where I saw Mr. Miller kissing Mr. Brewer.
This is quite the neighborhood you got here, Casey.
I'll say. Oh, Abby, this is Tom. He lives next door.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Nice to meet you, Abby.
What are you doing, Tom? Why are you being so nice?
No reason. Just riding my bike.
Abby's too mature for you, Tom.
Bye, Tom. Casey, I think you might have hurt his feelings.
He'll get over it.
Mel. Hello, Abby. I'd like to have a word with you for a moment, if I could.
Sure. I have to go pick up Max and Casey from school in a minute, but what's up?
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, our son, Tom, is only 15 years old. And my husband and I would really appreciate it if you didn't undress in front of your open bedroom window.
Oh, my God. I had no idea. Have you spoken to Tom about this?
Oh, I can assure you he's well aware of our disappointment.
I'm sure he is. Well, like they say, boys will be boys.
You know, I never really liked that saying.
Anything else I can do for you?
Guess not.
Great. I have to go pick up the kids.
How are you doing? We're good. We're just gonna have a little cooking lesson over here. Hello. Chef Abby. We're gonna start with a little tomatoes. Tomato. There you go.
Check out my neighbor's new sitter.
Whoa. She's hot.
You talked to her yet?
Sure? Yeah, right.
Come on. All right, Tabby. All right.
Oh, glad you could make it. Thank you, partner.
Mr. Walker!
Mr. Olson! Good to see you. These are for you?
Thank you.
Well, that one's for me.
All right.
All right, enough chit-chat. Where is she?
She is right over there.
Oh, hot tea. How old?
She is too young for you, you lech.
There's no such thing. No such thing.
Abby, come on over here. I'd like you to meet Tate Walker. He's an old friend of mine from law school.
Abby, I've heard so much about you, I feel like I know you already.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Walker.
Pleasure is all mine, and call me Tate.
Okay. Tate?
So I understand you went to Santa Cruz?
Well, I hate to admit it, but my baseball team used to beat the hell out of you guys.
Yeah, we pretty much sucked, but I was more of an extreme frisbee kind of girl.
I believe that. So, how do you like Carpenter Falls?
I like it just fine.
And how's the Eastman household treating you?
I love it.
She loves it. Well, if you ever stop loving it, I'm just a phone call away.
She is fine, you big lech.
My best friend.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks a lot.
Good day, It was fun. What the hell? Max! Max! Who was that boy?
His name is Conrad Lucas. He does it for everybody.
I don't care. Go over to Casey. Hey!
What'd you say to him?
Nothing much. Come on, let's go home.
Did you? You don't think you know when we get home?
What are we gonna do?
Hey,
Wait for me over there, guys.
you threatened my kid?
I spoke to Conrad, yes.
Threatening my kid like that?
Conrad pushed Max a number of times. And apparently this happens often.
Kids play rough sometimes.
So do I.
Now listen.
No, you listen. The next time your little bastard goes near Max, I'm gonna skin him like a rabbit right in front of you. Got it? And I mean it. What's the matter, Case?
Multiplication tables suck. Casey said suck.
Thank you, Max, but so did you. Okay, let me see. It's not so bad. Look with the fives.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, what you doing? Multiplication tables. Let me get changed and I'll come back and help you.
Oh, that's all right, Mom. Abby's helping me. I was stuck on 5 times 9.
Excuse me. Hi.
Hey, it's me. Good news, they settled. Let's go out and celebrate.
That's nice.
Oh, it's better than nice. It's great. Are you on your way home? Let's go out.
Not yet. I'm having drinks with some clients. It might be a while. Carter?
It's fine. You need to do it.
All right. I'll see you tonight.
Guess I'll celebrate myself.
Celebrate what?
Oh, hey, Abby. Just a little victory.
Got everything we asked for in a nice settlement. Where are the kids?
Upstairs. So, is Case a big deal or something?
I guess you could say that. More of a personal victory, really.
What do you mean?
See, I used to be a lawyer with a big firm.
A big firm what?
That's a good one.
Sorry. So, do you like being a lawyer?
I like it when it's good, but I guess you could say that about any job, right?
Are things good now?
Things are very good.
When did you know you wanted to be a lawyer?
Ever since I can remember. I mean, law school was no picnic, but managed to get a job in the public defender's office right after I passed the bar. Worked there for a couple years. And then a buddy of mine from law school, he brought me into his firm, and it happened to be the biggest firm in town. Worked my ass off, made partner by the time I was 32. Then the roof caved in.
What do you mean?
Some of my other partners, they weren't such good guys.
What'd they do?
They ripped off some very rich clients of ours.
And what happened?
A couple of them went to jail, and I found myself out of a job. But I started over. Tate and I started up our own firm, and today is sort of a turning point for us.
Well, congratulations.
I will have the contracts messengered over in the morning.
All right, see you later, Megan.
Good night, everybody.
You should celebrate.
I should.
What about throwing a party?
Party?
Sure, we could throw a cocktail party. It'd be fun.
Maybe. I'm gonna have to talk to Megan about it. She might be too busy to organize it. Although, it sounds like a great idea.
Well, you always have me, you know?
Oh, I'm getting old, Abby.
No, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all get old, but that doesn't mean we have to feel old. How does that feel?
Well, it feels great.
See? You're not old. You're just carrying around a lot of stress on your shoulders. I can feel it. Can you feel that?
Yeah. That's the stuff. Thanks, Abby. That's exactly what.
Peach,
Does your mommy ever tuck you in?
sometimes, but she's usually too tired.
That's okay. I'll tuck you in every night if you want me to.
Yes, please. Wait, don't go yet.
Somebody has school tomorrow.
Are you gonna stay with us?
I'll stay as long as you want me to.
Then I don't want you to ever leave us.
Then I never will. Good night, sweetie.
Wait, Abby. Thanks for sticking up for Max with that jerk, Conrad.
Anytime.
How was the meeting?
Drunk marketing guys. Just my idea for a fun evening.
Did you say goodnight to the kids?
Yes, I did. Max was his usual ornery self, and Casey was out cold. What'd you do to her?
Nothing. She played all night long with Abby. Hey, what do you think about throwing a little cocktail party?
I'm not gonna have much time to organize it. This campaign is kind of a big deal for the agency, not to mention me.
This isn't about who has time to organize the party.
Yes, it is. You gonna do it?
Maybe I will.
Casey, Max, breakfast is ready. Morning, Megan.
Morning.
Can I get you some breakfast?
No, just, I'm gonna have some coffee.
Carter, I made you some coffee.
Thanks. I have to get to the office. I'm late. Talk to you all tonight.
Carter and I were talking last night, you know, about his case. And we were thinking, what if we threw a party to celebrate?
Party, huh? Think so?
Definitely. I just know how important this is to Carter. I think it'd be really good for him.
Maybe you're right.
I'd be happy to organize it. After all, I have plenty of time while the kids are at school.
You know, I'll think about it.
Casey, Max. Come on, you guys, it's time to go.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Hey, having a nice time?
Sure, this is fun.
Yeah,
Looks like everybody showed up.
Everybody loves free booze.
How about you? Are you having a good time?
Yeah, sure. What's not to like? It's a nice day, plenty of burgers and beer. Not to mention a yard full of the prettiest girls in Carpenter Falls. Present company included, of course. Carter. Stan, so glad you could make it.
I wouldn't miss it. By the way, this is John.
Hey, sir. Nice to meet you.
And this is for you.
Oh, an 82. Wow. I don't know what to say.
It's the least I could do.
Well, thank you. Well,
Where's Megan?
oh, she's around here somewhere.
Well, we'll go say hi.
Okay, great. All right, there are more drinks on the patio. Oh, the dress is great.
Thank you.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, counselor.
Hey, how are
Oh, great. Verdict's in. One hell of a party.
But it's time for you to start enjoying it.
you? Look, I am going to play host, and you go easy on the beers, okay?
Hey, you're my partner, not my boss.
So unbelievable. You wouldn't believe it.
Hey, darling.
Hey!
So what are we drinking?
We are drinking mojitos.
Oh, nice. Hippie.
There you go.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. So tell me, how's it going with you and Megan since she's been back to work?
Great. Couldn't be better.
Huh. You know what? I'm gonna get some food before it's all gone.
You better hurry.
Yeah, so you be good.
Okay. Need a little coffee there?
No, I'm allergic. Thanks, pal.
There, all getting along well.
Hey.
Good. How you doing?
I'm good.
Come on, let's get out here. Come on, let's go.
What about throwing a party? I'd be happy to organize it. After all, I have plenty of time. The kids are at school. I just know how important this is to Carter.
You know how important it is for my peers to see me back in the game?
Years? What are you, in high school?
Carter,
Well, not quite.
hi, Tate.
You all right?
I'm fine.
You're soaked.
Tell me about it. How long have you been watching me?
Long enough.
We shouldn't do this.
Yeah, we should.
Oh, honey, I got a lot more game than that guy will ever have. Are you doing him?
It's all right, sugar. Your secret's safe with me.
Stop.
Come on, I just want a little of what Carter's getting.
It's not true.
Right. Oh, I get it. You're just a little tease, aren't you?
I'm sorry.
I know you are, sugar. I wonder what Megan's gonna think about the two of you. Heavy?
I'm sorry.
I know you are, sugar.
For God's sake!
You're right. You ain't Carter.
Hey, Abby, have you seen Tate?
No.
Oh, I can't seem to find him anywhere.
I did notice him making good use of the bar.
Tell me about it. All right.
Hitch.
Well, no one's heard from Tate since the party. Should I be worried now?
I can't understand it. Maybe he went to Vegas. You know how he gets. Good point.
Well, it's not like him to just bail. It's really weird.
Look at that. They found a car in the lake.
Wow. It's not far from here. Oh, no, that looks like Tate's car.
Are you sure?
Hello? Yes, this is Carter Eastman. It's the police.
Can you identify this as the body of Tate Walker?
That's him. Can a windshield really do that? I almost took his head clean off.
Was that Tate?
Yes, it was.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Abby, can I speak with you a minute? It's about your online profile.
Can it wait? I promised Casey I'd help her with her homework, and I just want to get her going on it. We'll talk after, okay?
All right.
I can't get over how good they've been for you.
Well, I guess I just know how to talk to kids.
So, what was your childhood like before your parents passed away?
We were a happy family. Just like any other.
Mom, are we a happy family?
We sure are, sweetie.
Especially now that Abby's here.
Hi, Mel.
You just scared the tickets out of me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. So, what did you want to talk to me about?
Well, I was looking at some sitter sites for a friend of mine at church.
Uh-huh.
And I came across the site that Megan said that she found you on. And, you know, just for the heck of it, I typed your name in. And the computer came up and said, no profile found. And I was just wondering, what does that mean?
Oh, I always take my profile offline when I accept a job.
Oh.
Is there anything else you wanted to know?
No, that'll about do it.
Okay, then. Bye, Mel.
So, how do you like working for the Eastmans?
I like it fine.
Boy, my mom would kill me if she knew I was talking to you.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to care much for me, does she?
She's a fruitcake when it comes to strangers. She keeps looking you up on the internet as if she's trying to uncover some great secret about you. So my dad's taking me driving later on today. Says if I do good, I can take my test next week.
Good for you, Tom.
Maybe you and I could go driving sometime?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I gotta go check on the kids.
Bye.
Knock, knock. Hey. Hi, you ready? Oh, yeah. Let's do some shopping. You want to bring the kids?
Should I? It's cool. I got them. You guys go have fun.
Thanks. Martinis first and shoes second.
Megan didn't want to take Max and Casey to the mall?
I guess not. She looked like she could use a break, though. How are you holding up? I know you must miss your friend.
It's definitely weird.
Don't be sad, Carter. I'll be your friend.
How come Mommy didn't come too? Because she went shopping with Sean and Dummy.
Casey, that wasn't very nice. You Max.
Sorry, Max. It's okay.
What do you guys want to do about supper?
We'll pick something up along the way. After the game, he's driving. Nice catch.
Well, how long are you going to be?
Could be a while. Depends on how good a driver he is.
I know how to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, just come back in one piece.
We'll be back before you know it.
Come on, buddy. Let's go. Hey, come on.
That's not Abby.
Megan, this is Mel. Listen, when you get home, I need to talk to you privately. It's very important.
So who was it?
Mel. She sounded weird.
That woman is weird.
I know, but she sounded just different kind of weird.
What's a comet anyway? Comets are small bodies that orbit the sun. Viewers on Earth recognize them by their tail.
First unheard message. Carter, Megan, this is Mel. I found out some disturbing information about Abby, and I need to talk to both of you as soon as possible.
To be seen with the naked eye. What's inside? Leftovers. Comets consist of material.
Message deleted.
Rocks and dust. They formed when the planets and the sun did more than 4.5 billion years ago. Many theorists think that comets delivered the water that led to life on Earth. Comets are loaded with carbon and essential to life. In fact, comets are the most carbon-rich materials in the solar system. What does Wild 2 look like? Rather wild, really. Scientists had expected it to be round with a flat surface and covered in dark, dusty.
Mind your own business, bitch.
The mission, designed to resolve questions about the origins of the solar system, has now added new questions to the list. How did hot minerals from the blistering core get to the frigid outer reaches? Or did the minerals come from other stars? And maybe comets aren't quite what we thought. Most of minerals forged by fire. The Stardust spacecraft returned to Earth.
NTV, turning on your world.
Richard knows that as much as he fears no challenge from Land Cruiser carburetors, Mitsubishi engines, or Subaru gearboxes, his wife Ruth fears no stain.
As long as I trust new Nomi White, I fear no stain.
Fear no stain, because new Nomi White just loves clothes.
Tomorrow night.
I'm here to see Chris. He pregnanted my daughter Jackie and then threw her out like trash. Where is he?
Jackie.
That is all. Jackie.
Everybody down!
Fine. It was the most violent shootout in American history.
Get back inside!
Tomorrow night.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they're shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
Stay for dinner? I am going to stay for dinner, absolutely. What are we having? You don't know.
Hey, honey.
Hi.
Okay, pay attention.
Hey, guys. How was shopping? Not too shabby. Pretty cozy in here.
I'm gonna call Mel. She sounded weird. Weirder than usual. That's odd. She never goes anywhere.
Well, now who's the nosy neighbor?
I'm gonna go see what she wanted.
Want me to come with you?
No, it's okay.
Honey, you okay?
Yeah.
Well, you need any help? It's okay. I got it.
Mel? 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 Abby, please take the kids and go upstairs.
The dinner's almost ready.
Just please do it, okay?
Mommy, what's wrong? Come with me.
Go upstairs.
What happened?
Oh. Mel's had an accident, and she's dead.
Honey, it's gonna be okay.
Hello? There's been an accident.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. I know that the family would like to thank you all for coming today, and for your love and for your support in this rough time. It's always difficult to lose somebody, and her life meant so much to us all. And thank you so much for coming and for honoring Mel Olson's life.
Oh, hey, don't run, you guys.
Did you see Dell? I've never really seen him like that.
I still can't believe she's gone. And poor Tom. How are you doing? I'll be all right.
I'm a bit freaked out. Aren't you guys? I mean, nothing happens around here forever, and then 2 people die in as many weeks. And they say it happens in 3s.
That's very comforting, Shauna.
Okay, you know what I mean. It's just a little odd.
Yeah, it is, but it was an accident, all right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it.
Listen, I just want to take the kids home, and I don't really want to talk about this right now. Can we go?
You know, actually, can we talk a minute? I'll take you home.
Yeah, sure. You guys take as long as you'd like.
You sure?
I just want to get out of these clothes and take a shower.
Oh, the drain's clogged again. Use the kids.
See you at home? Bye, Shauna.
Bye. So, what's up?
How much do you know about Abby?
I don't think I like where this is going, Shauna.
What do you really know about her?
Abby's been nothing but a godsend for this family.
I know. I know. How are Max and Casey taking everything?
I think they're doing all right. Abby's been helping them deal.
Sounds like she's taken over.
Thank you, Shauna. I needed to hear that.
That's what I'm here for. Sorry.
Don't mention it.
Sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here.
It's okay. Kids are finally asleep. You all right?
Carter, you're attracted to Abby.
What kind of question is that?
Don't be defensive. I'm just curious.
I'm not being defensive.
You're not?
Why are we arguing about this?
Because you won't answer the question.
This is ridiculous.
Answer the
I
question.
can't believe that we're having this conversation. Trust me, you're the only girl for me.
But she's so young and pretty.
She is, but she's not you.
Shauna asked me some strange questions today.
About what?
Abby. She asked me how well I knew Abby and if I trusted her.
What'd you say?
I told her Abby's been great. It did get me thinking. No, come on, I mean it. Before I found Mel, she left me this message on my voicemail, and she said that she had to talk to me right away about something important.
Honey, I wouldn't worry about it. Shauna's just paranoid. She's been suspicious of people ever since her divorce. It's possible that maybe you're just a little jealous.
Jealous?
Kids have really taken a shine to Abby.
Do you actually think that I'm jealous of Abby?
Megan, you just asked me if I'm attracted to her.
I know, I'm going crazy. I've been thinking that with everything that's happened around here, that maybe I need to spend some more time at home, you know, for the kids' sake.
Stan Gable's little case was nice. We're set for a while. Maybe the truth is we don't need a full-time sitter anymore.
All right, well, then tomorrow I'll work from the house and maybe I'll get to know Abby a little better, Abby a little better. Tomorrow. I'll bring it by any time. Thanks, Shauna.
Everything cool?
Yep, I gave Shauna the heads up, and I think they'll be able to function without me for a day. Where's Abby?
Sorry this morning.
It's almost time for school.
Oh, don't worry about it. I told her I'd drop the kids on the way.
Morning, Mom. Morning.
Come on, you guys. We gotta go.
All right. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tonight.
See you later, honey.
Bye-bye.
I call shotgun.
Abby? Abby? Abby?
Megan? Are you all right?
Please, my boss just had an accident. She fell down the stairs. She's not moving. Yes. Thank you. Don't worry, Megan. I'll take good care of you.
Knock, knock. Hey, Megan, I found the Fitzgerald file.
Shauna, thank God. Megan fell. Hey, Meg, can you hear me? I don't know what happened. I was in the bathroom and then I came downstairs and she was like this. Megan, sweetheart. I already called 911. They're on their way. Good. Shauna.
Abby, what happened?
I'm not sure. She must have tripped coming down the stairs.
Is she all right?
I think so. But she's badly bruised and her ankles are broken. Shauna's in with her now. Of course. I'll go pick up Casey and Max. Morning.
Good thing you stayed home today, huh?
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, so it's a couple of broken ankles, some cuts and bruises. Oh, I'm sorry.
Honey. I'll give you guys a few minutes.
Oh, honey. How you doing?
I feel like such an idiot.
Don't say that. It was an accident.
I know. I can't believe it. I was looking for Abby. I couldn't find her and then I guess I tripped and the next thing I knew she was at my side and calling 911. And then Shauna came. That fall really knocked the wind out of me. Abby may have saved my life.
I'll let you get some sleep. Don't you worry about a thing. Abby will help out at home.
Damn lucky we have her, huh?
Let's see. You get some rest. I'm sure you'll be home in no time.
Pearson and Weiss.
Natalie, do me a favor. I need you to check on someone for me.
Check on someone. What are we, a detective agency now?
Natalie, just do it.
All right. Who?
Find out what you can on an Abigail Reed.
Got it. What'd she do?
Probably nothing. Just let me know when you find out something, okay?
Will do.
When's Mommy gonna be home?
Soon, Tiger. Maybe even tomorrow.
Really?
Really. But only if you're good. Now, Mommy's gonna need all our help so she can get better, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Come in.
Do you need anything else before I turn in, Carter?
No, thanks.
Well, you know where to find me if you want me, right?
I sure do.
Good night, then.
Abby. I don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for taking such good care of Megan today.
That's why I'm here.
Carter Eastman.
Hey, Carter. How's Megan doing?
Better. She hates being in the hospital. 2 days is too long for her.
I'll bet. Do you know when she can come home?
I'm gonna pick her up after work.
Carter, please don't think I'm crazy for what I'm about to say.
No promises.
I don't think you should leave Megan alone with Abby again. Just have to trust me.
You are crazy, Shauna. It actually feels like Abby's the one who's keeping this family together right now.
Carter, please. Just believe me. Megan is my friend, and I don't want anything to happen to her.
And she's my wife, Shauna. Listen, I have to get back to work. I'm sure Megan would love it if you come by to see her sometime.
I will. Bye, Carter.
When's Daddy coming home with Mom?
Soon, sweetie.
I hope so. I miss her.
I know you do, Max.
That's Daddy's car. Mommy's home. Mommy!
Look who is here.
Mommy!
Okay, all right, give her some air. You guys go up and wash up, all right?
I'll go get dinner started.
We have missed you so much.
I am grateful that you were able to call the ambulance so quickly. Probably made all the difference in the world.
I did what I had to do.
Well, I can work from home, but I am gonna go crazy sitting in this chair all day.
To Mommy coming home in one piece.
Hear, hear.
And to Abby for being more than a sitter.
Woo!
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. No, careful. Sorry.
It's been a long time since you carried me to bed.
Well, it would be a lot more romantic if you didn't have broken ankles. Lucky for you, I'm not an ankle man. Okay. Abby, I'll drop the kids off today. That way you can stay with Megan.
Oh, that'd be great. Is she up yet?
No, not yet, but you might check on her later.
Take care of my mom.
Oh, I will.
Oh,
Let me help you.
I got it. Thanks.
Is there anything I can do for you?
You know, bath would feel great. Would you mind running it for me?
I'd love to. Do you want any music?
Oh, no, I'm kind of enjoying the quiet while the kids are in school. Thank you.
My pleasure.
You know, a bath would feel great.
Kirsten and Weiss.
Please have good news.
Well, that depends on how you look at it. I found an Abigail Reed. She's from a small suburb in LA County called Dyers Bay, and she even spent time in an orphanage there.
But
she's been dead for almost 10 years.
What?
Abigail Reed was an orphan who was found dead in the shower when she was 15 years old.
Well, how is that possible?
Well, there may be something here. The orphanage said that Abigail's best friend there disappeared shortly after her death. They assumed she freaked out and ran away. Her name was Linda Reynolds, and she was also from Dyers Bay.
Why does any of this matter?
Well, because, according to this, Linda wasn't really an orphan. She was a ward of the state. Her mother went nuts when she was like 7, and they locked her up.
Well, what about the father?
Disappeared, never seen again. They found little Linda locked up in her bedroom. She'd been there a while, too. Pretty creepy, huh?
And let me guess, you found no trace of Linda Reynolds after the death of Abby Reed, right?
Yeah.
Is Linda Reynolds' mother still alive?
Yeah. She lives in a state mental hospital up north a little ways. Been there almost 20 years. You're not thinking about going up there, are you?
Just give me the address.
Abby? Abby, can you get my... Abby? Abby?
Time for your medicine.
You've reached the Eastman residence. Please leave us a message.
Hi, guys, it's me. It's kind of slow at the office today, so I'm going to come home early. Abby, if you get this, would you pick up Max and Casey? Okay, see you soon. Bye.
Mrs. Reynolds? Mrs. Reynolds? You have a visitor.
Would you mind giving me a minute, please? Do you remember your daughter, Linda, Mrs. Reynolds?
Why are you doing this?
Love makes you do strange things sometimes.
What?
Why don't we just wait for Carter to get home? I don't want to have to repeat myself.
Carter won't be home for hours.
He called while you were napping. He'll be home any minute. I can't wait. Megan, where are you going? Now what are you gonna do? Come on. This is embarrassing. You want to go down? Then go. Is that better? home.
Come on, Carter, pick up.
Hello? Anybody home? Hey, did you guys get my message? Megan. Abby? Megan. Abby! Abby!
I'm sorry for this.
Sweetie, I'm gonna be right back.
Casey? Max? Casey? Max? Casey?
Oh, I gotta go. School's out soon. Don't go anywhere, okay? Hey, you guys want to play a game when we get home? Yeah. Yeah. Great. Let's go. Carter, you're awake. Good. Did you have a nice nap?
What's going on? Where's Megan?
Don't worry. She's fine. Well, sort of.
Why are you doing this?
Can you honestly say you don't remember me at all?
No. Don't hurt the kids.
I wouldn't do that, Carter. I never even wanted to hurt you. Oh, you were so handsome. I mean, you're handsome now, but when we first met, I felt it. And I know you felt it too.
Abby, I have no idea what you're talking about. Please, I don't know what you're thinking, but please.
You're hurting my feelings, Carter. I would have thought by now you'd remember me and the time we spent together in Dyer's Bay.
Dyer's Bay?
My mother was a psycho. My father and I tried to leave, but she wouldn't let us. Do you know what it's like to be tied up and left in a bedroom like an animal? My father left us. At least that's what she told me. Maybe I was just an impression of a little 7-year-old. Maybe a father figure. But watching you then, you were so convincing. I think I fell in love with you that very day.
You're Elizabeth Reynolds' daughter.
Ding ding! We have a winner!
What do you want from me?
What do I want? I want you. I want what's mine. And I'm going to have it.
You're crazy.
But I love you. I've always loved you.
Abby, what have you done with Megan?
Let me get her for you. You know, Megan, none of this would have been necessary if you'd have been a better mother. Leaving little Max and Casey all alone with a complete stranger? You should be ashamed of yourself. Think that's clever, bitch?
You all right?
I'm all right.
Watch out! Watch out!
My family. It's mine.
Honey, you all right?
I'm all right. But I fired the sitter.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
Effective Monday, 6 July, screening time for your favorite drama series The Hostel is Monday at 7:35 p.m. Behind Closed Doors will air Wednesday to Friday at 8:05 p.m. and repeats on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Brave Woman will be showing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. and repeats will air on Thursdays and Fridays at 11:30 a.m.
No more waiting for your client to view their ads only when there's a TV screen. Your ads can be mobile and extremely affordable. Advertise for as little as 15,000 shillings on NTV Mobi and be seen everywhere. If you don't have an ad, our epic graphics team is waiting to put an ad together for you. At NTV, there's no such thing as a small business. Be part of the experience. Call now. NTV Mobi. Advertising redefined.
There's still a lot of loyalty towards the Catholic Church. They have remained members of the Church. In fact, Ecuador has 79% of the people in Ecuador profess to be Catholics, which is a lot higher than in Brazil, for example, which was once Latin America's most Catholic country, but is no longer. So it's an exciting time for him, and especially for these people who have not seen a pope in their country for nearly 30 years, Mariam.
The papal trip has a particular theme, Lucia. Reconciliation is the one he has chosen for this tour, particularly relevant in Ecuador at the moment.
Absolutely. As you mentioned before, there have been mass protests against the government. That, in fact, the church has had to intervene 3 times, trying to appeal to both the government and its opponents to try to call a truce during the days that the Pope will be here, which are 3 or 4 days, almost 4 days, and to try to not protest out on the streets. But President Rafael Correa could not resist the temptation in his address, in his welcoming address when the Pope arrived, to try to give the impression that the Pope is on his side in all this. He quoted the Pope over and over again, particularly those phrases that have to do with injustice and the distribution of wealth. The Pope was looking very serious, and he said, thank you, President Correa, I think you have quoted me too much. So clearly he wants to keep politics out of this. He wants both sides to come together, but it may not be easy.
And on a bit of a personal note, Lucia, the Pope, is he taking something of a risk on this trip by going to cities and countries with extremely high altitudes?
Many people are concerned, including his doctor, that is a risk. The Pope, remember, has only one lung, and we are at 2,800 meters above sea level right now. The Pope will be going to Guayaquil on Monday, which is at sea level, but then he's coming back here, and then we'll also spend some time in Bolivia. The capital, La Paz, is at 4,000 meters above sea level. So it clearly shows his determination to go wherever he needs to go, no matter how uncomfortable it might be for his health.
Yeah, he's a trooper. Thanks very much, Lucia Newman, live for us in Quito, Ecuador, where Pope Francis has arrived on the first stop of his 9-day tour of South America. Right now, at least 5 people have been killed by a suicide bombing in Nigeria. The female bomber targeted a church service in Potsdam, the largest city in Yobe State. This is the latest in a string of attacks blamed on the armed group Boko Haram. Well, East African leaders are meeting in Tanzania on Monday to discuss the crisis in Burundi, sparked by President Pierre Nkurunziza's plans to run for a 3rd term. But Mr. Nkurunziza is boycotting the meeting and will be campaigning instead for elections due on July 15th. Hara Mutasa reports from Bujumbura, where opponents of the president fear for their lives.
These men say their friend called out to them before he died. "Please help me, they're killing me." From a distance, they watched him being stabbed, shot, then set on fire by attackers they don't know. The witnesses are terrified of being recognized, of also being killed if they are seen telling journalists what happened. Their 28-year-old friend was an opposition activist.
A lot of people are scared. After my friend was killed, many people left Bujumbura. How can they stay here when people are being killed?
The international community wants President Pierre Nkurunziza to delay the presidential election on July the 15th. He continues to campaign. His party, the CNDD-FDD, denies targeting opposition members. The president's spokesman says the election has to go ahead.
We cannot go beyond what is provided by the Constitution because we must have the president-elect come 26th August, who must be sworn in on 26th August.
The number of people being killed on both sides keeps rising. Sometimes opposition activists are targeted. Other times it's pro-government supporters. African leaders are meeting again in Tanzania to find a way out of this crisis. Some opposition leaders want a transitional government formed until conditions on the ground are right for a free and fair election. But they don't want President Pierre Nkurunziza to be part of it, something the ruling party says it'll never accept. Others say one man is to blame.
President Nkurunziza must not come again. CNDD-FDD can give another candidate. It's not the only one man to take country in a war.
People are watching their back. Voting in the presidential election may go relatively smoothly. It's what happens afterwards that's terrifying many. Harun Mutasa, Al Jazeera, Bujumbura.
Supporters of Houthi fighters in Yemen have been rallying in protest of the United Nations pressure on the Shia group. Thousands turned out in the streets of Sana'a on the day the UN Special Envoy to Yemen arrived in the country's capital. Protesters say that the UN is talking to one side in the crisis and then putting greater pressure on another side, the Houthis. Yeah. Well, the U.S. presidential hopeful Hillary Clinton has accused China of hacking and stealing U.S. government information. The former Secretary of State says she'd like to see China rise peacefully, but warned that Washington needs to be vigilant.
They're also trying to hack into everything that doesn't move in America, stealing commercial secrets, blueprints from defense contractors, stealing huge amounts of government information, all looking for an advantage. Make no mistake, they know they're in a competition, and they're going to do everything they can to win it.
Well, still ahead for you on the program, from gardens to grapevines, the latest World Heritage Sites recognized by UNESCO. And in sport, how tiny Micronesia were given a world record beating in a qualifier for the Olympics.
They prey on the vulnerable, and their results can be fatal. Nigeria's fraudster physicians are taking a heavy toll on unsuspecting patients. To identify the culprits, bring them to justice, and draw a line under these ruthless scams, 2 African journalists go deep undercover. Africa Investigates, Nigeria's fake doctors, at this time on Al Jazeera.
With bureaus spanning 6 continents across the globe, Al Jazeera's correspondents live and breathe the stories they tell.
We're at the Burj Al Barajni camp for Palestinian refugees.
Al Jazeera, fluent in world news.
Welcome back. Now, in Japan, the fortress island of Gunkanjima near Nagasaki has been awarded World Heritage status. It's after Japan and South Korea resolved a dispute over whether to acknowledge the site's wartime history of forced labor. The announcement was made earlier in Bonn.
Japan is prepared to take measures that allow an understanding that there were a large number of Koreans and others who were brought against their will and forced to work under harsh conditions in the 1940s at some of the sites, and that during World War II, the government of Japan also implemented its policy of requisition.
Well, other sites around the world, including Singapore's botanical gardens and France's Champagne region, have also been recognized by UNESCO. Erica Wood has more.
The Tusi sites in southwest China, green mountains dotted with old fortresses and palaces. More than 500 years old, they've been recognized as culturally and historically significant by the UN's heritage body. The Baekje region of South Korea has also been given UNESCO status, old city walls and administrative buildings from one of its earliest kingdoms.
Baekje established ties with China, Japan and even with the countries in East Asia across the sea. Baekje Kingdom enjoyed the most glamorous and superior culture, and now it can be shared with the world and be recognized internationally.
Singapore's botanical gardens were also given UNESCO status.
It's just such a special place that I think everyone on earth should come and visit.
And in Europe, the vineyards of Champagne and Burgundy were recognised as important cultural sites, producing some of the most famous and drinkable exports from France. Achieving UNESCO World Heritage status isn't just for global recognition, it's also supposed to give better protection to important landmarks. But recently, the world body's ability to do that has been questioned. ISIL fighters recently seized Palmyra in Syria and started a crude campaign of destruction, blowing up monuments more than 2,000 years old. Around 50 other UNESCO sites are designated as endangered. Among them are including the old city in the capital, which is being bombed by a Saudi-led coalition trying to defeat Houthi rebels. And the home of the rare mountain gorilla, Virunga National Park in Central Africa, is also listed as endangered because of poaching and other environmental pressures. Getting recognised by the UN body usually brings with it more tourism, which is criticised as being detrimental to some sites' survival. The UNESCO argues that by honouring the greatest monuments on the planet also helps to encourage peace and cultural understanding. Erica Wood, Al Jazeera.
Time now for your sport with Lee and the Women's World Cup.
It is. It's very close now, Mariam. Yes, that World Cup final. It's in just over an hour's time with Japan playing the United States in the final. Now, even before the game in Vancouver, the tournament has proved itself a record breaker. For hosts Canada, the crowd of more than 54,000 that saw the national team lose to England in the quarterfinals was a record for any national team sport. Total overall attendance is expected to top 1.3 million. That's a record for the tournament and will make it the most attended FIFA event in history outside of the Men's World Cup. And it's making big inroads in a market football is desperate to crack, the United States. TV ratings there are averaging $1 million plus a game. That's more than 40% up on the last Women's World Cup. But the women's game is still facing a huge challenge in its efforts to bridge that popularity gap with men's football, as Gabriel Elizondo reports from Vancouver.
Not a cloud in the sky, it's another typical summer's day in Vancouver, venue of the Women's World Cup final. And what a tournament it's been. With more than 8 million TV viewers, the semi-final match between the United States and Germany was the third most watched women's football game of all time. Despite the growth of the female game, the gap between men's and women's professional football remains as large as ever.
The women's game is viewed as a totally separate game. It's not viewed as football, it's viewed as women's football.
Just look at the money. The world's best male footballers, Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, make about $20 million a year each, excluding endorsement deals. The best women's player, Alex Morgan, about $1 million a year, including endorsements. Germany took home $35 million after winning the Men's World Cup last year. This year's Women's World Cup champions expected to take home $2 million. Then there's the issue of sexism. Outgoing FIFA boss Sepp Blatter is credited with helping create the Women's World Cup, but also famously remarked that women's footballers should wear more, quote, feminine clothes like tighter shorts. For Carrie Sowetnik, the first woman inducted into Canada's Football Hall of Fame, attitudes like that hurt the development of the sport.
It's sending a message that only women fit into a certain stereotype is going to be a positive image for girls playing soccer.
But looking at history also helps explain the struggles in the women's game.
Men's football can be traced back to the mid-18th century when it began, but women's football started more than a century later, and that's part of the reason why it's not as popular or as successful as the men's game or as well known, as we found out here on the streets of Vancouver when we asked if anyone could name any players from the women's US or Japan teams.
I really don't know, not at all.
Not at all.
Could not even make an attempt at it.
It's reactions like that that even have FIFA officials admitting they need to do more.
I think the other side of women's football, the commercial side, the marketing side, the communication side, the promotion side, has not been maybe developed as much as the football.
Despite the challenges, all these football fans want to do is enjoy the women's beautiful game.
Gabriel joins us live from Vancouver now, where excitement is building. Just over an hour to go, as I say. This really has felt like the breakthrough for the women's tournament.
It really has, and you feel it here in Vancouver, here on the western part of Canada. BC Place Stadium that you see behind me. We're in a little over an hour. The U.S. will take on Japan in this final. As you mentioned, we hear every 4 years about the breakthrough of women's football in the world, but you really see it now. Record crowds have been attending these games here, and also record TV audience as well. This is also the first Women's World Cup that has been expanded to 24 teams, so you see it there as well. But there is a little bit of that dark cloud hanging over this tournament, really world football, and that's the corruption scandal that's continuing within FIFA and that ongoing investigation. We're seeing that FIFA boss Sepp Blatter, as well as his deputy Jerome Valk, neither of them will be here in Vancouver to present the trophy to the winning team. They're both staying back in Switzerland to, according to their lawyers, attend to FIFA business. But as we know, the U.S. Justice Department has not ruled out charges against Blatter, perhaps. So he's keeping a very, very low profile that's continuing by him not being here in Vancouver, and many people have been talking about that.
Interesting final, a repeat of 4 years ago, which Japan won, of course. It's really difficult to predict who'll win this one, isn't it?
It is. I will tell you, the U.S. has two things going for it. This is essentially a home game for the U.S. Huge American turnout here. Of course, Canada borders the U.S. It's only about a 3-hour drive from Seattle here, so it's a huge American turnout here. Also, most impartial observers say the U.S. probably has a little bit of an advantage, but they've been playing better. But Japan, do not count them out. They play very good, and they beat the United States 4 years ago when they were the underdog. So it's going to be one heck of a football match.
We're looking forward to it, Gabriel. Thanks very much for now. Well, Chile is celebrating its first ever major men's football title. The Copa America hosts beat Argentina in the final after a penalty shootout. Argentina's defeat comes a year after they lost in the World Cup final. With celebrations in the Chilean capital, Santiago, after the host country's victory. World Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton has won the British Grand Prix for the third time. His Mercedes teammate Nico Rosberg was second. Sounds like a familiar story for this season, but this was an eventful race with a dramatic start. Both the Williams cars on the second row made a move on the Mercedes at the front, and it was Felipe Massa who took the lead. Now, Lewis Hamilton had been on pole yet again when he tried to regain the lead from Massa. A misjudgment enabled Bottas and the other Williams to pass him. Then, with the help of a 2.4-second pit stop, world champion Hamilton did find a way to get back in front. And the biggest threat then came from the English rain, but he held on to take the checkered flag with the Ferrari of Vettel third and the Williams of Massa and Bottas fifth and sixth. Hamilton extends his lead in the Drivers' Championship over Rosberg to 17 points.
Firstly, just thank you everyone for coming out today and making my weekend. I was gunning the whole way, and I really just wanted to do it for you guys, so
what
we
a
did
reception.
it. I'm so thankful for all the support, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. I could see you Every lap I could see you in the corner of my eye, and I just felt you spurring me along, so thank you so much.
German Andre Greipel has won the second stage of the Tour de France. The 166-kilometre stage took place along the Dutch coastline from Utrecht to Zeeland in pouring rain. Greipel won it in a sprint finish from quality riders including Sagan, Cavendish and Fabian Cancellara. Sri Lanka on top after day 3 of the third and deciding test against Pakistan in Palakkala. Pakistan spinner Yasir Shah took 2 Sri Lankan wickets to raise his team's hopes of bowling the hosts out cheaply, but an innings of 77 not out from captain Angelo Matthews steered Sri Lanka to 228 for 5. That is a lead of 291 with 2 days to go. Finally, the world record has been broken for an international football score. The Federated States of Micronesia have lost an Olympic qualifier against Fiji 38-0. You're watching goals number 37 and 38 here. The loss the Pacific Games in Papua New Guinea comes just days after they were beaten 30-0 by Tahiti. Fiji breaking a record set by Australia. They beat American Samoa 31-0 in 2001. You've got to feel sorry for them, but that's all the sport for now.
Thank you so much, Lee. Now, after several failed attempts, supplies have finally arrived at the International Space Station. A Russian Soyuz rocket delivered a capsule laden with 2.7 tons of supplies. The Progress capsule lifted off from Baikonur 2 days ago. I'll be back in a few moments' time with a full bulletin. Stay with us.
In this day and age, we are bombarded with information. It's sometimes really difficult to get a handle on what is actually happening in the world. You're lacking context.
From Inside Story.
What we do on this program is take a cold, hard look at the real news stories of the day by talking to people who are experts in their field, people who really know the inside story. At this time, on Al Jazeera.
Almost everyone here knew at least 5 young men killed alongside other Ethiopian migrants by ISIL. They were headed to Europe through a well-traveled smuggling route.
Elias, Biruk and Bekele were looking for a better life. Many of their friends here are also desperate to leave. Those we talked to say that life is difficult and staying in Ethiopia is not an option.
I know the route is dangerous, but it's better than being stuck here. I know my life will be better when I go.
Ethiopia has one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Still, many people are unemployed. Some of the young people here dream of plans to leave the country, no matter what.
Faced with growing financial burdens.
I have to separate money for the student loan, pay this Chase credit card, which leaves me $49.31.
I don't have a husband that left me a pension. My future scares me because I don't want to struggle.
As the dream of retirement fades away.
I'm a cleaner. You gotta do something, try to keep your head above water.
Hard earned. At this time on Al Jazeera.
Greece says no. The final ballots are being counted, but it's clear that the country has rejected an international bailout deal.
Today, all of us have created a glorious page in European history.
Hello, I'm Mbabazi. This is Al Jazeera live from London. Also coming up.
We are not yet where we need to be on several of the most difficult issues.
The U.S. Secretary of State says world leaders have never been closer to sealing a deal on Iran's nuclear program. Hitting ISIL's stronghold in Syria, the U.S.-led coalition targets key supply routes in the battle against the armed group. And the first Latin American Pope makes his return to South America, arriving in Ecuador. Greece has voted decisively against the bailout deal offered by its international lenders. The public was asked whether they were for or against a bailout proposal, an answer which required a simple yes or no. And this was their decision, with around 95% of the votes now counted. Results show that over 61% voted no, just over 38% chose yes. Jonah Hull is in Athens and sent this report on the day's events.
Outside Parliament, they cheered the result. Greece has said no to its international creditors in a national act of national defiance.
We are Greek, we feel proud.
Well, it's all very exciting. It makes us feel very hopeful. It's been a tough ride. We've been very scared for the past week.
Yet even as they celebrated the result, all will wonder what exactly happens next.
Considering last week's very difficult circumstances, you made a very brave choice. However, I am fully aware that the mandate here is not a mandate to break with Europe, but a mandate to strengthen our negotiation position to seek a viable solution.
The Prime Minister got the result he'd hoped for. It vindicates his negotiating position in Europe and cements his power at home. Already the former Prime Minister and opposition leader Antonis Samaras has resigned in defeat. But the promise of a good deal for Greece is surely something that can't be guaranteed.
We're not sure about anything now. We had a plan about yes. With no, we don't have anything. It may be better or worse. We'll find out.
In Greece, these continue to be worrying times.
Amid the jubilation here, it's been reported that negotiators' bags are already packed for an immediate return to Brussels. Greece needs a deal, and it needs one quick, to allow the banks to reopen before they go bust. But the trick will be in keeping the promise of this referendum, not to accept a deal they don't like.
Who knows what mood they'll find among the lenders. In the creditor capitals, Brussels, Berlin, Frankfurt and Washington, the vote had been framed as an in-out referendum on the euro. Will Greece now be shut out? A majority here have refused to give in to that fear.
I'm very happy and very proud.
What do you think Greece has achieved?
Independence. We shall not be slaves. We shall be free people. A free people, and we deserve that.
A part of Europe?
No.
A part of the Eurozone?
No, why?
After 5 years of spending cuts, tax hikes, job losses, of pain and humiliation, those who voted no have roared back, enough. Most do want to remain at the heart of Europe and the euro. They just don't want to feel as if they're being punished anymore. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, Athens.
Let's go to Barnaby Phillips now. He's in the Greek capital for us. And Barnaby, despite the celebrations around this result, there has been a lukewarm response, as you might expect, from European leaders. It's far from certain that there's going to be any more clarity for the people in Greece, that things are going to get any easier for them. But just tell us who has been out on the street celebrating tonight and why.
Well, the majority of the Greek people, as we know, voted no, and they are the people who are out in Syntagma Square celebrating right now. Predominantly, if I had to generalize, a slightly younger crowd. I'm hearing that young Greeks voted no much more decisively than older Greeks, and we were seeing that during the rallies in the lead-up to the referendum, and predominantly a not-so-affluent crowd. Obviously, I'm generalizing because the majority of Greeks did vote no, but the people who voted yes tended to be older, and they tended to be a little bit wealthier, people who felt that they had more to lose. And I was hearing from a lot of people down in Syntagma Square, look, I'm unemployed. I haven't had a job for 5 years. Things couldn't be any worse. You heard from some young people, for example, who don't remember the drachma years, and they'd be saying things like, well, sure, let's try the drachma. Can it be any worse than endless austerity imposed by our European partners? So that gives a little bit of the flavour from the streets of Athens. And I think Jonah was absolutely right. It is an extraordinary act of defiance in the face of severe warnings, frightening warnings, from European leaders and from leaders of the main international financial institutions of the consequences of voting no. And it is an indictment of 5 years of disastrous policies that have been imposed on this country, which were meant to bring about growth and which have successively reduced and shrunken the economy further and further and further, which isn't to say that I'm letting Greek governments off the hook, by the way. They have failed to embrace many of the reforms, and they have also contributed to the terrible mess that this country is in.
Right, and so exactly what do they do now? Because Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras has made it very clear that they want to go back to the negotiating table. They want to find a way out of this, and they really have to, because this is an economy that is now paralyzed. So how will he try to use this result to his advantage?
Well, if we look at what he was saying just an hour ago or a couple of hours ago, as we saw in Jonah's report, he believes that his mandate is strengthened and that he can go back to the Europeans, he can win more concessions on vital issues like debt relief, a hugely emotive issue here in Greece. He thinks he's bolstered by the release of an IMF report, or the leak of an IMF report last week, which showed how Greece's debt burden is simply unsustainable, that large parts of that debt have to be forgiven. But the problem is, and we've seen it, as you were saying, in the lukewarm reaction to this result, there is an awful lot of bad blood and absolutely no trust between European governments and this Greek government. And the events of this past week, after 5 tortuous months of failed and acrimonious negotiations, have only exacerbated that gulf. I mean, the poster that was mobilizing the Ochi campaign, the No campaign, had a picture of the German finance minister, Schäuble, and it's on virtually every other lamppost in central Athens, saying he's been sucking your blood for 5 years. Don't let him carry on. And somehow, we're meant to believe that Yanis Varoufakis, the Greek finance minister, can come to an amicable agreement in spite of everything that has been said. Alexis Tsipras has accused his European partners of blackmail. Somehow, they have to come to some sort of amicable agreement very quickly, as you were saying, in a situation of extreme urgency.
You're absolutely right, Barnaby. The rhetoric has been so heated in the lead up to this referendum. But eventually, both sides will have to give something in order to break the deadlock. If they were to get some sort of long-term debt relief from the Europeans, how can the Greeks, what would Prime Minister Tsipras be able to do or be willing to do in terms of moving more quickly on economic reforms, which Greece has been heavily criticized for really dragging its feet on?
Well, he would say that he has moved a long way from where he was in January in terms of pension reform, in terms of raising taxation, and he has been proposing reforms to European partners, particularly over the last 2 weeks, that were pretty hard to swallow for the left wing of his own party. He was elected back in January on a mandate that may yet prove to be contradictory. He was telling the Greek people there will be no more austerity, bailouts will continue, and I can keep you in the Eurozone. What we've seen over the last 5 months is a game of bluff, I suppose, but the underlying assumption from the Greek side is ultimately they won't want to kick us out. They need us in. Now, is that still true or not? I guess we'll find out probably over the next 48 hours. The ball is back in the European court, and there's no secret over the fact that there are European governments who are so fed up with the Tsipras administration and who feel that their own position, Europe's position, the Eurozone single currency, is much stronger than it was in 2012, the last time that Greece appeared to be on the verge of sliding out of the Eurozone, that the contagion can be contained, if you like, that we won't see Italy, Spain, Portugal falling like dominoes. We won't see bond yields shooting up in those countries. And although there was turbulence over the financial markets, the international markets, over the last week after Greece announced it was having this referendum, it wasn't as bad as many people might have feared. And that, ironically, undermines Greece's position. It may yet be bad news for the Greek position. I suppose their assumed strength has been, if we fall, we drag the rest of you down with us. And that may not be necessarily true. We'll have to find out now what European leaders make of that calculation.
Yes.
Because, make no mistake, the ball is back in their court. They had hoped that this referendum would result in the downfall of Alexis Tsipras and this Syriza government. And that, emphatically, has not happened. Domestically, he is now very strong. As you were saying in your introduction, Antonis Samaras, the opposition leader, the former Prime Minister, the only real Greek political casualty so far tonight.
Yeah, still more uncertainty, possibly more instability and sadly perhaps more pain ahead for Greece. Barnaby Phillips, thank you so much for putting all of these events, all of tonight's developments into context for us. Barnaby Phillips, live from the Greek capital, Athens. Well, the leaders of France and Germany have called for an EU summit on Tuesday to discuss the financial crisis that's playing out in Greece. This is after Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras reportedly held talks over the phone with French President François Hollande to discuss the no vote. Elsewhere, the leader of Spain's leftist Podemos party, Pablo Iglesias, has praised the no campaign's victory, saying today in Greece, democracy won. Meanwhile, the German economy minister, Sigmar Gabriel, singing a very different tune. He's saying that Tsipras has torn down bridges between Greece and Europe. And Italy's treasury also reacting, saying that a new rescue plan for Greece must include investment and reforms. Well, the Eurogroup president says the no vote is very regrettable for Greece's future. The President of the European Parliament says that it's created a difficult situation, but added that the will of the Greek people must be respected, whatever the challenges.
Ordinary citizens, pensioners, sick people or children in the kindergarten should not pay a price for the dramatic situation in which the country and the government brought the country now. Therefore, a humanitarian program is needed immediately, and I hope that the Greek government will make in the next coming hours meaningful and constructive proposals allowing that it is meaningful and possible to renegotiate. If not, we are entering in a very difficult and even dramatic time.
Al Jazeera's Jackie Rowland is in Brussels. She looks at what the next stages following the no vote will now be.
Well, the big question now is what a no vote. The Greek Prime Minister had always said that a no vote would strengthen his hand in negotiations with the Europeans, whereas in fact EU officials have said that a no vote would mean no more negotiations and quite possibly the end of Greece as a member of the Eurozone and even foreseeably the end of Greece as a member of the European Union itself. There are various different scenarios for what can happen now. The worst scenario would be for the European banks, European lenders to suspend all support to Greece. We would see the Greek banks becoming insolvent, a return to the drachma, which would be immediately devalued, probably several times over. Hyperinflation, and inevitably the poorest members of Greek society would be the ones who would suffer most. Another scenario, which has already been hinted at some European officials, including the President of the European Parliament, Martin Schulz, is in fact that there could be more EU money for Greece, even in the event of a no vote, in the shape of emergency loans to at least pay public servants and keep vital services like hospitals, public transport and power going. Ultimately, lenders, including the IMF, may have to actually look at the question of how sustainable the Greek debt is. Is it realistic to imagine that Greece can ever pay off this debt and all the interest that's accruing on it? There are those who argue that there may have to be some form of debt relief, although obviously the word debt forgiveness or writing off debt is something that many in Europe, particularly in Northern Europe, are not happy about.
Well, still ahead on Al Jazeera, we're looking at the day's other news. From gardens to grapevines, the latest World Heritage Sites recognised by UNESCO. And a world wildlife warning, how half of the planet's species are at risk of extinction in just hundreds of years.
Hello. Cloud is rushing through the Tasman Sea at the moment. In fact, it's been raining in Tasmania, just touching the south of Victoria. This is all from satellite evidence. And this is the general direction of flow, which means you've got something of a westerly breeze, but its origin's a bit further south, so a mere 11 degrees in Melbourne. Adelaide does better in the sunshine, as does Sydney. Now, Melbourne might catch up by a couple of degrees when we knock on the door of Tuesday. Bit of sunshine, maybe pushing up to 13, with rain then creeping up the coast. But really, that rain is heading south towards New Zealand. Now, you'll notice Perth is enjoying 18 degrees, but the showers have come in here too. Now, it's quite cold in New Zealand. I think South Island in particular will see that rain turn readily to snow. The highest temperature in Christchurch, 10. By the time we get to Tuesday, that's a mere 7. Then rain spreads up through North Island as well. So it's really quite a wintry and cold scene at the moment. Now, it's been raining incessantly, as you probably know, in some parts of Honshu. And that streak is very, very obvious, nor is it moving very far. Now, there will be some weakening in the flow, and I think the rain won't be quite as heavy in the Tokyo area come Monday, but I wouldn't want to make it disappear altogether. And then it gathers its skirts and comes up from the south again to cover South Korea, Kyushu and southern Honshu.
Walk until your feet hurt. Then walk some more. Walk on rocks, rubble. Walk where men once stood. Walk when they tell you to walk. Bring your instrument. Bring supplies. Bring wheels. Bring your innocence. The road is long. You'll need them. Witness. Document. Take you places. At this time on Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. You're with Al Jazeera. Let's take you through the top stories. With almost all ballots now counted in the Greek bailout referendum, the No campaign is on track for a dramatic victory, with over 61% of the vote. In Athens, Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras hailed the victory.
Today, all of us have created a glorious page in European history.
And the impact of the result is already being felt in the Yes camp as the Conservative leader and former Prime Minister Antonis Samaras steps down. Well, the other big story that's been unfolding in Europe, negotiators trying to iron out a nuclear deal with Iran. They've been continuing their talks in Vienna days before their self-imposed Tuesday deadline. US Secretary of State John Kerry says they are close to an agreement, but have to make very hard choices in the days ahead. Our diplomatic editor James Bay sent this report from those talks in Vienna.
Time is running out. That's the clear message from the US Secretary of State John Kerry, who spoke to reporters after 2 sessions of negotiations with his Iranian opposite number.
We are not yet where we need to be on several of the most difficult issues. And the truth is that while I completely agree with Foreign Minister Zarif that we have never been closer, at this point, this negotiation could go either way. If hard choices get made in the next couple of days and made quickly, we could get an agreement this week. But if they are not made, we will not.
Foreign ministers have been arriving again in Vienna. They're now expected to stay until the 7th of July, the new deadline. But what happens if they don't reach a deal by then? Do you have a plan B if you can't get a deal by the 7th?
No. The rule is, and I guess I said it's also in other occasions, the rule is if you work on plan A, you stick to plan A. So the deadline stays the 7th.
I'm told we've got to the stage where all the sticking points can be laid out on one sheet of paper for the foreign ministers. Some of these are technical issues, but all require political decisions. And without those decisions, there can be no deal. James Bays, Al Jazeera, Vienna.
Dozens of civilians have been killed in Iraqi government airstrikes in the ISIL-held city of Ramadi. Airstrikes hit a football field where a group of young people were reportedly playing. Ramadi is the capital of Anbar province, which ISIL took full control of at the end of May. Meanwhile, the US-led coalition says it has hit ISIL's stronghold in Syria in what is being described as one of the largest deliberate engagements so far. ISIL video is said to show the casualties caused by the attacks targeting Raqqa. Activists say at least 15 ISIL fighters and 6 civilians were killed. A coalition spokesman said 38 strikes on Saturday blocked key supply routes to restrict the movement of ISIL fighters. In other developments, Syrian forces and their Lebanese ally Hezbollah say they have stormed the rebel-held city of Zabadani, taking control of the Jamiat district in the west of the city. Activists say the government has also been dropping barrel bombs 45 kilometers northwest of Damascus. The offensive began on Saturday in a bid to cut off a main supply route for al-Qaeda-linked Nusra Front fighters. Now, at least 5 people have been killed by a suicide bombing in Nigeria. The female bomber targeted a church service in Potiskum, the largest city in Yobe State. It's the latest in a string of attacks blamed on the armed group Boko Haram. Pope Francis has just arrived in Ecuador, his first stop on a 9-day tour of South America. The Catholic Church's first Latin American pontiff returned to his home continent. He was greeted by windy weather and Ecuador's president, Correa, as you can see there. Political tensions are running high in Ecuador, where thousands have been taking part in protests calling for their president to step down. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, is with the crowds in Quito waiting for the Pope's procession to pass. She sent us this update.
There are thousands and thousands of people here lining the streets, very excited indeed, hoping to get a glimpse of the Pope. This is a very important visit. First of all, he is coming to 3 of the poorest nations in South America. This is very much in keeping with his determination to give priority to those whom he says are on the periphery of power. These 3 countries also have a very, very high indigenous population. He says he also wants to acknowledge that. And thirdly, at a time when the Catholic Church is facing mass defections because of sex and corruption scandals, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Bolivia are countries where there are still there's still a lot of loyalty towards the Catholic Church. They have remained members of the Church. In fact, Ecuador has 79% of the people in Ecuador profess to be Catholics, which is a lot higher than in Brazil, for example, which was once Latin America's most Catholic country, but is no longer. So it's an exciting time for him, and especially for these people who have not seen a pope in their country for nearly 30 years.
Well, there are sites around the world, like Singapore's Botanical Gardens and France's Champagne region, which have been recognized by UNESCO as part of a new initiative at the UN, really recognizing a whole new range of sites, including one in Japan, as essentially declaring them World Heritage Sites. Erica Wood has more.
The Tusi sites in southwest China, green mountains dotted with old fortresses and palaces. More than 500 years old, they've been recognised as culturally and historically significant by the UN's heritage body. The Baekje region of South Korea has also been given UNESCO status, old city walls and administrative buildings from one of its earliest kingdoms.
Baekje established ties with China, Japan, and even with the countries in East Asia across the sea. Baekje Kingdom enjoyed the most glamorous and superior culture, and now it can be shared with the world and be recognized internationally.
Singapore's Botanical Gardens were also given UNESCO status.
It's just such a special place that I think everyone on earth should come and visit.
And in Europe, the vineyards of Champagne and Burgundy were recognised as important cultural sites, producing some of the most famous and drinkable exports from France. Achieving UNESCO World Heritage status isn't just for global recognition, it's also supposed to give better protection to important landmarks. But recently, the world body's ability to do that has been questioned. ISIL fighters recently seized Palmyra in Syria and started a crude campaign of destruction, blowing up monuments more than 2 years old. Around 50 other UNESCO sites are designated as endangered. Among them are 3 in Yemen, including the old city in the capital, which has been bombed by a Saudi-led coalition trying to defeat Houthi rebels. And the home of the rare mountain gorilla, Virunga National Park in Central Africa, is also listed as endangered because of poaching and other environmental pressures. Getting recognised by the UN body usually brings with it more tourism, which is criticised as being detrimental to some sites' survival. The UNESCO argues that by honouring the greatest monuments on the planet also helps to encourage peace and cultural understanding. Erica Wood, Al Jazeera.
After several failed attempts, supplies have finally arrived at the International Space Station. A Russian Soyuz rocket delivered a capsule laden with 2.7 tons of supplies. The capsule lifted off from Baikonur 2 days ago, carrying food, water and technical equipment.
Reporting everything is normal.
Now, the world has lost half of its wild animals in the past 40 years, and half of the remaining species could be extinct within 400 years. Andrew Thomas reports from Australia, where species unique to the country are fast disappearing.
Australia has one of the most diverse selections of animals on Earth. 7% of the world's species live here. Most of those live only in Australia. That gives the nation a special responsibility to stop the wipeout currently underway. 20% of its surviving mammals are threatened with extinction, 12% of its birds, and Australia is typical. At present rates, says one expert, half the world's species will be extinct in 400 years' time.
For those species to re-evolve, for that diversity to come back, will take roughly 2 million years. Now, in 2 million years, 10,000 times as many people as have ever lived will live. So they're going to miss out. They're going to miss out on half the diversity of the planet because we, our generation and the generations around us, have chosen to wipe out half the species on the planet.
At a nature reserve near Canberra, a charity called Bush Heritage Australia is restoring former farmland to its original state before European settlers arrived. Just a few decades ago, that valley would have been entirely forested and full of animals like koalas that Australia is famous for, but that are now pretty rare. Not only did the colonialists chop down trees, destroying the habitats of native animals, they also brought with them invasive plants and aggressive animals. Cats, for example, were first brought over as rat catchers on ships, later as pets. There are now thought to be more than 15 million feral cats running wild, eating native animals or competing for their food. In many areas, Australia's original animals are the losers. The striped legless lizard is one at risk of extinction. 99% of its natural habitat has gone.
So it does look very similar to a snake, but it actually has quite a much friendlier personality, I think. It also has ears, a very long tail that it will drop if it's threatened, but it's more related to skinks and geckos. So it may superficially look like a snake, but that's just an adaptation. It's lost its legs through time.
This reserve may be big, but Australia is vast. The World Wildlife Fund estimates a shortfall of reserve habitat in Australia equivalent to an area bigger than France. Andrew Thomas, Al Jazeera, on the Scottsdale Reserve near Canberra.
Let's take you through the top stories now on Al Jazeera. Greece has voted decisively against the bailout deal offered by its international lenders. With over 95% of the votes counted, it's clear that the country has rejected an international bailout deal by over 61%. Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras hailed the victory in Athens.
Today, all of us have created a glorious page in European history.
And the impact of the result is already being felt in the Yes camp as the Conservative leader and former Prime Minister Antonis Samaras steps down. Well, the other big story we're following in Europe, Iranian negotiators and representatives of major world powers in Vienna trying to finalise a nuclear deal with Tehran before a self-imposed Tuesday deadline. US Secretary of State John Kerry said discussions are now in the final and decisive phase, but but that any deal would involve tough choices in the coming days.
The truth is that while I completely agree with Foreign Minister Zarif that we have never been closer, at this point, this negotiation could go either way.
Moving to Iraq, where dozens of civilians have been killed in government airstrikes in the ISIL-held city of Ramadi. The bombardment hit a football field where a group of young people were reportedly playing. Meanwhile, the US-led coalition says it has hit ISIL's stronghold in Syria in what is being described as one of the largest deliberate engagements so far. ISIL video is said to show the casualties caused by attacks targeting Raqqa. Activists say at least 15 ISIL fighters and 6 civilians were killed. A coalition spokesman said 38 strikes on Saturday blocked key routes to restrict the movement of ISIL fighters. Well, now the first Latin American pope has made a return to South America after landing in Ecuador. The head of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis, left Rome for a week-long tour of 3 South American countries. Political tensions are high in Ecuador, where thousands have been protesting and calling for President Rafael Correa to resign. Well, you're up to date on all of our top stories. Next, Witness looks at Russian bloggers who are risking all to challenge the country's press restrictions. That's it from the team in London, but more news coming up from our Doha headquarters in 30 minutes.
On Counting the Cost, Greece and the week which truly threatened its place and future in the Eurozone. We take you through some tumultuous days in both Athens and Brussels and hear arguments from Greek and European politicians about what must happen next. Counting the Cost at this time on Al Jazeera.
Москва как бы жутко тяжелый город. Все, кто там существует, со стороны непонятно, чем они зарабатывают, где живут, как работают, вообще, как в этом городе жить. Вот совершенно, как я смотрю на муравейник, и ничего не понимаю. Вот это примерно то же самое. А для блогера Москва – это дикая удача. Ни в одном городе России не проходит столько событий и нет такой жизни. Я Сергей Мухамедов, веду блог «Оттенки серого» в живом журнале. Это очень интересная жизнь. Да, ты работаешь, пишешь материалы, но в ответ тебе раскрывается, что это уже состояние души. Ты все время держишь руку на пульсе. Ну, я узнал из Твиттера, один из читателей опубликовал, что какая-то фигня творится у банка «Витас». Когда я понял, что, в общем, что это за отделение, быстро приехал сюда, потому что лучше жалеть о том, что сделал, чем о том, чего не сделал.
Так, ответьте, когда мне прийти за своими деньгами? Черт! Черт вас подери! Давайте конкретно говорите. Я инвалид.
А как вы узнали, как это все началось вообще, как произошло?
За вкладом пришли.
Я вот ехала на автобусе, смотрю, нет на счетках, сколько там стоит доллар, сколько евро. Это меня насторожило.
А я с поликлиники иду,
я позвонила приятельнице, она говорит, да, точно так же я. Я, говорит, уже там у них была, это где-то у них с субботы или с пятницы. Все, сидят 2 девушки-охранники, они сказали, никого нет, ничего здесь нет, все, до свидания.
А вы представитель какой власти?
Я интернета. Интернет.
Они своровали, а
государство должно
ну а как же, страхование?
Чтобы не было воровства такого крупного.
Когда их объявят банкротом.
В интернет выложите?
Конечно, обязательно. Уже пишу в интернет, в Твиттер, а чуть позже будет.
И в Омске у них есть, в Красноярске.
Не знаю. Я сейчас в Омских спрошу. Я сейчас в Омске спрошу. Твиттер удивительно дико помогает, информирует и так далее. 9 тысяч человек. Ну, то есть немного. Но очень много различных СМИ и журналистов и так далее. Поэтому, когда что-то происходит, в принципе, тут же начинают звонить радиостанции и так далее. Начинаешь рассказывать, что творится, как это было и так далее. То есть такой онлайн, который, в общем-то, очень помогает людей информировать. Потому что сейчас информации очень мало. В принципе, только одна телекамера. Вот. И теперь можно уже точно гарантировать, что сейчас сюда налетят, поднимут эту какую-то проблему, там, заинтересуется правительство, вспомнит о страховании вкладов. И, возможно, этим людям будет легче вернуть свои деньги. Надеюсь. Очень желательно сейчас найти будет какое-нибудь кафе с интернетом, чтобы быстро там выложить эти 2 фотки, написать, в принципе, все то, что я уже писал в Твиттере. У меня всегда есть камера с собой. Она является золотым ключиком, который открывает все двери. Я всегда хотел быть журналистом. Это не только интересно, но и дает ощущение, что вы что-то делаете для людей, помогая им менять мир вокруг себя. Я стараюсь быть справедливым, объективным, нейтральным. Я думаю, что это легче для меня, потому что я не работаю в СМИ или газете, контролируемой властью денег. Я блогер, и потому я независимый. Но я не могу писать и исследовать все, что мне нравится, потому что в нашей стране журналист может быть предметом давления, запугивания или даже насилия. Ну, в общем, все готово. Можно посмотреть, не знаю, первых несколько комментариев, чтобы понять, как народ это оценивает. Ну да, всегда так, никакой толковой информации, люди перепьются валидола. Ну, собственно, о той ситуации, что мы видели, что все абсолютно растеряны и некому ими заниматься, и они, в общем-то, предоставлены сами себе. Сейчас вот люди спросили у меня, а вот у них есть отделение в других городах, там, в Омске. У меня есть читатели из Омска, их очень много. Я тут же спрашиваю, что с банком Витас в Омске? То есть у них еще об этом нету даже вот этого шухера всего. Теперь уже и в Омске знают об этом. И сейчас и там соберется эта толпа и все остальное. Там народ чуть-чуть, наверное, посуровее будет. На периферии блогер очень намного виднее, чем в Москве. Человек сразу становится какой-то оппозицией, каким-то альтернативным мнением, ему опасней.
Сегодня вот как раз небо очень чистое. А обычно вот здесь над крышами висят такие черные, тяжелые, какие-то тучи, не тучи, такие образования. И вот когда ветра нет, все это вот этих заводов, все это стоит и воняет. 2500 тонн, что ли, в год выбрасывается на головы челябинцам. Представляете, сколько? И чем мы дышим в результате? Меня зовут Ирина Гундарева, я профессиональный журналист. Не все можно высказать на страницах газет, особенно в региональной прессе. И в последние 2 года я стала активным, узнаваемым блогером. Я заведующая отделом расследований независимой областной газеты «Челябинский рабочий». О журналистике я мечтала всегда, с 5 класса. Но почему-то думала, что меня не возьмут, что у меня недостаточно талантов. Я всегда работала свободно, я всегда уходила оттуда, где включалась цензура. Материалы такого рода, когда они даже вот прямо указывают на связь городских чиновников с какими-то денежными распилами, они, как правило, и заворачиваются. Ну, чаще всего мне не объясняют ничего. Это понятно и без объяснения причин. Почему я и пришла в блог. То есть тебя никто не одернет и не скажет, что извини, это не согласуется с позицией издания. Или даже не объясняя без всяких причин, тебе могут просто держать твой материал там в ящике стола. Правдивая информация имеет свойство просачиваться. Вот я не знаю, почему они этого не понимают. Сейчас мы едем на Челябинскую городскую свалку. Она находится практически в центре, ну, практически в городе. И там существует, уже давно живет группа неких людей. И они занимаются сортировкой мусора.
Это очень опасно, да, потому что они журналистов СМИ, а тем более блогеров, они очень не любят, естественно.
Шик. Убежали. Все, сейчас они скажут взрослым, что на свалку кто-то идет. Двое детей убежали. Сразу, как увидели нас, пошли. Здравствуйте. А у вас кто-нибудь старше есть? Ну, это вот они. Это таджики, которых или там, ну, короче, сами местные ничего предпринимать не будут. В смысле, в драку кидаться на нас не будут. А вот тот, кто приедет на джипе, наверняка связанный с нашими властями, он может быть это довольно-таки опасный. Дети?
А кто вас должен сопровождать? Вы кто? Чтобы вас
Люди
сопровождали?
Давыдова, человек.
А?
Человек
Нет.
Давыдова.
Вы люди, вы репортеры.
Мы московские тележурналисты.
И что? А вы вообще по какому поводу здесь снимаете?
Мы делаем репортаж о свалке,
Так а здесь почему? Вы не пройдете туда, и официально вы камеру просто потеряете свою. А то я говорю, вы сейчас удаляете здесь все?
Да, вы нам зачем? Нам нужна свалка. Вот это самое плохое. Поэтому сейчас надо вовремя сматываться. Это вот не самый еще главный. В смысле, это их какой-то таджикский пахан, но не совсем. Хуже будет, когда наши приедут, да. Когда наш криминал явится. О, а это хозяин приехал.
Здрасте. Почему? Кто вас разрешил снимать?
А вы охранник? Мы от Давыдова пришли, вы что?
Да какой? Бумагу дайте мне, что вы...
Сейчас пойдем в машину, да вы что?
Да я прекрасно
Да вы что?
Пойдемте,
Сейчас мы
пойдемте.
привезем.
Не ломайте камеру. Я не ломаю. Пойдемте. У вас есть руководство. В городе знают. С кем вы согласны? Вот садитесь, поедем.
Давым.
Да какая разница? Вы мне говорите, что Давыдовым, а я скажу, что может вам Путин... А мне Путин запретил, чтобы вы здесь снимали. Все, мне Путин запретил.
Принесите документы, мы его отпустим.
Женя, не трогайте, вы что?
Принеси документы, мы его
Это статья,
отпустим.
ты что, хочешь сесть?
Да ну ты покажи документы, что ты журналист.
Мы сейчас покажем все, сейчас
Ну вот сходи, покажи мне.
Это уже применение насилия, это насилие уже.
Какое насилие? Что вы говорите мне?
Я свидетель.
Нет, подождите.
А у меня свидетель, что вы меня били. Вот охранник подтвердит, и вот подтвердит. И он мастер пришел. Что вы на меня напали.
Заинтересованные лица. Я не могу на вас.
Сейчас подтвердят. Давайте поспорим, подтвердят. Я сейчас вызываю ментов.
Включаю компьютер.
действительно, они зарабатывают. Они зарабатывают на женщинах и на детях, вот, на этих, на беженцах. Рабский труд. 21 век на дворе, а труд рабский. Местные СМИ как бы не часто снимают репортажи об этой свалке. Вот устами блогеров, устами вот других каких-то отчаянных голов это все просачивается.
Мы же живем вот в постоянном ожидании кризиса. Вот у нас не было спокойного времени в России. У нас то одно, то другое, то это. Мы постоянно ждем. И вот на такие звоночки всегда нужно реагировать. То есть какой-то банк, опа, а вдруг с чего? Что там? Вот это чутье людей, которых много-много раз обманывали, то есть все, курсы не вывесили, блин, значит, надо бежать. Самое классное, у банка есть отделение в Омске. Пошли туда люди и снимали по 300 тысяч. А через день у банка отозвали лицензию. Но благодаря тому, что я написал, вот сколько этих стариков смогли, у них было вот 1,5 дня для того, чтобы забрать деньги, те, которые читают, те, которые в курсе, те, которые там решили подстраховаться и забрать. Они мне сегодня в Твиттере там спасибо писали. Ну это же вообще круто. Вот. В общем-то, я созерцатель, а не сочувствующий. Даже выходя на какие-то там марши несогласных и на все остальное, вот, и, соответственно, там я стою между ОМОНом и между протестующими. Вот последний раз, когда там 6 было числа, когда вот эти летели куски асфальта, да, вот это казалось очень страшно. То есть, с одной стороны ОМОН, с другой стороны, как бы, вот эта толпа, и вот над тобой летит этот асфальт, это так, ой, елки, так, жим-жим немножко, то есть. Мы узнали, что будет происходить акция оппозиции, которая называется «Белый гимн». Специальные службы полиции следят за сообщениями в социальных сетях, и поэтому они закрыли всю Красную площадь целиком. Будем как-то развивать, следить за развитием событий. Это принцип постоянно напоминать о том, что существует оппозиция. Это один из принципов. Так, я пошел работать. Блогеры, мы раскачиваем лодку. Нам же сказали, что мы бандерлоги, мы провоцируем, мы разжигаем. В принципе, я считаю это отличной оценкой, потому что раз нас заметили, то это уже большой успех.
Это основа парламентской демократии. Так и должно быть. В этих условиях всегда правящая партия, большинство ждет от оппозиции, что она будет вести себя спокойно и не будет раскачивать лодку. Но это благие пожелания. Оппозиция для того и существует, чтобы правящая партия, правящая сила крепче держала штурвал управления и могла доказывать обществу правильность выбранных путей, по которым развивается страна.
А есть дочка, 17 лет, Варвара. Я очень надеюсь, что она будет жить в прекрасной, хорошей, демократической стране. Если этого не будет, то хотя бы, что она будет счастливой. Это, в общем-то, это все, что хочется от ребенка. Мы можем только надеяться и как бы рассчитывать на то, что будет здорово, и дочка, что у нее все будет хорошо.
А еще так сумбурно все. Как однажды звоню папе. Пап, ты где? О, я улетаю в Бишкек. Папа, ну там же революция. Поэтому я туда улетаю, вернусь через 3 дня. Все, я опаздываю на самолет, пока.
Мы в абсолютно какой-то непонятной ситуации находимся. Смотрим телевизор там. Какой ужас вообще. На улицу выходим. Все другое. Сложно сказать. Вот политика малых дел, да, потихонечку, по точечке, вот бить в стену. Когда-то она пробьется, да. Я надеюсь, я очень надеюсь, что это будет. А может быть, еще хуже станет. Ну, кто его знает? Ну, затянут гайки и все.
Дети у меня взрослые, дочери 28 лет, сыну 23 года. Они о моей работе прекрасно осведомлены, они всегда боятся за меня, всегда боятся, опасаются. У дочери одно время доходило до истерик, вот буквально до истерик. Она мне говорила: мама, прекрати это, прекрати. Мы хотим, я не хочу думать, что с тобой что-то завтра случится. Ну, то есть она прямым текстом, открытым текстом говорила, что я не хочу тебя хоронить. Ну, я говорю, ты прекрати это, что, это смешно, в общем, говорю. Только Бог и судьба ведают, что может завтра случиться. То есть гараж жгли, марихуану сыну подбрасывали, забирали его в участке держали. Потом таскали меня по судам. Потом я поняла, что лучше не рассказывать, лучше не говорить. Куда ты сегодня ездила, там, какие были, что с тобой приключилось, там, задерживали тебя, не задерживали, как это случилось. Мои взгляды, убеждения, мои материалы, то, что я в них транслирую, и почему, они очень ярко субъективны, я признаю. Вплоть до того, что я иногда могу быть резкой. По складу характера я такой человек, что я не терплю ложь в любом ее проявлении. В любом. Вот ложь, она меня просто вот выбешивает. Андрей Лавров, политолог, преподаватель вуза. Студенты поделились с ним информацией о том, что молодая гвардия «Единой России», ее представители вымогают у них деньги. Он опубликовал это в своем блоге. И вдруг руководитель молодой гвардии подает иск в суд на блогера Лаврова. Привет. Давай.
Приветик.
Садись. Садись, рассказывай.
Сейчас все расскажу.
Почему мы тоже так вот напряглись, когда подали в отношении тебя иск? Понимаешь, вот сейчас, если с тобой сделают что-то, то, значит, следующий блогер, кто-то будет следующим, и с ним тоже так же сделают, финансово задавят. Ты реально боишься этого суда, да?
Конечно. Прежде всего по финансовой причине. Для меня запрашиваемая с меня сумма в 100 тысяч рублей, да, так сказать, она совершенно неимоверна. Потому что, я и супруга преподаватель.
Заработок реальный какой?
Заработок реальный порядка 10 тысяч.
У каждого,
в месяц,
да?
Да. У каждого, конечно.
Да.
Мы вообще не выжили.
Привет, кадрово так. Так, слушай,
я что-то
сегодня
всё-таки
будет
подумал.
вынесено решение, да?
Да откуда я знаю?
Нет, ну это заключительно должно быть, да? или
Откуда я
что-то?
знаю? Нет.
И
Не
можем
более
мы
чем
все-таки проникнуть на
Вот ты
заседание?
знаешь, я думаю, что нет. Я думаю, что не нужно, потому что, ты понимаешь, я просто думаю, что иностранная телекомпания напугает только судью.
Иностранные телекомпании напугают?
Напугает судью сама по себе. Потому что, ты знаешь, на психологическую реакцию советского человека, советского, будем подчеркивать, да, на иностранную любую компанию, тем более государственного человека.
Поэтому я могу пройти только как обычный гражданин с улицы по паспорту. Я попробую пройти на заседание, тихонько там посидеть, не привлекая к себе никакого внимания. Вот только таким образом. То есть пошли. Предложила своему шефу, руководителю газеты две темы: о Челябинской городской свалке, о людях тех бесправных, которые там живут, и о блогере, который судится. Газета не возьмет этот материал, пока он не пройдет как бы обкатку в блоге на сайте, пока он не обрастет комментариями лиц очень официальных, там не будет все понятно. Вот только тогда, на этих условиях, возможно, газета возьмет этот материал. Газете нужна взвешенная позиция, такая очень даже выхолощно нейтральная. И то там, когда будет четко ясно. А в блоге и на сайте я могу писать эмоционально, могу даже привести иногда вот точку зрения пока какой-то одной стороны.
Вот все прекрасно понимают, что люди в интернете, они объединяются, они друг другу все рассказывают, они куда-то двигаются, они легко выйдут на улицу. То есть вот этот перелом случился. Это потрясающе. Я реально оцениваю количество читателей. То есть да, мы имеем очень сильное влияние, но на определенную группу людей. Только очень маленькое количество населения. То есть центральные города и, в общем-то, все.
Мне задавали открытый вопрос такой: зачем тебе это надо? Зачем? Потому что это может угрожать иногда твоей жизни, безопасности твоих близких, безопасности членов семьи, даже твоих коллег. Это состояние души. То есть моя душа хочет, чтобы эта страна была свободной. Такое ощущение, как будто ты задыхаешься, и тебе не хватает свежего воздуха.
In this day and age, we are bombarded with information. It's sometimes really difficult to get a handle on what is actually happening in the world. You're lacking context.
From Inside Story.
What we do on this program is take a cold, hard look at the real news stories of the day by talking to people who are experts in their field, people who really know the inside story. At this time, on Al Jazeera.
The latest news.
Now, a number of refugees say they want to remain in South Africa, but there are also concerns that communities here are not safe enough.
From around the world.
The sign here behind me reads "People before the dead," but this island faces years of hard times.
And in-depth reports.
UNESCO, which is responsible for coordinating the rebuild, estimates that more than $200 million is needed to rebuild the monuments of Kathmandu.
We have 400 billion years of sharks shaping our ocean's health, and in the last 50 years, in my watch, we have literally destroyed it.
Techno heads to the Bahamas with shark-savvy scientists who are working to preserve the populations of these exploited and endangered animals.
All right, guys, let's go with ultrasound.
I'm counting maybe 3 or 4 pups in just that area.
Techno, at this time on Al Jazeera.
From Lebanon, we can cover Lebanon and also cover Syria. What's going on in Lebanon is always related to the political game in the Middle East.
By having our office in Kuala Lumpur, we're part of the Asian story. We're able to bring our viewers an insight into Asia, which other networks simply can't do.
Al Jazeera tells the story of Africans in a way that resonates very well with them. They feel that Al Jazeera is telling their own side of the story, unbiased, undiluted, and reliable.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hello and welcome to the Al Jazeera News Hour. I'm Luquessa Burak, live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Greece says no. The referendum decisively rejects the bailout deal by international lenders. Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras thanks voters for making a brave choice and says the mandate will strengthen Greece's position.
We are not yet where we need to be on several of the most difficult issues.
But the US Secretary of State does go on to say that a deal on curbing Iran's nuclear program has never been closer. Also, thousands in Ecuador welcome Pope Francis as he returns to his home continent for the first time in 2 years.
And I'm Tana Hamush with all the day's sports, including
I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win!
the Women's World Cup final has kicked off in Vancouver as the United States are taking on Japan in a rematch of the 2011 final.
Hello there. Well, early results show that Greeks have voted by a large margin to reject an austerity for aid deal that was put forward by international creditors. Well, so far, over 61% have voted no and just over 38% voted yes. The result is a triumph for the Greek Prime Minister, Alexis Tsipras, who campaigned for that no vote. Now, he says he'll now work to find common ground with Greece's international partners. Well, how Greece's international lenders will respond is still very much unclear, and the coming days will, of course, be crucial. A Eurozone summit on Greece is set to take place on Tuesday, and the ECB is also set to meet. Greek banks can't open on Tuesday, as was scheduled, because they won't have access to that emergency lending. Jonah Hull has more from Athens.
Outside Parliament, they cheered the result. Greece has said no to its international creditors in a sensational act of national defiance.
We are Greek, we feel proud.
Well, it's all very exciting. It makes us feel very hopeful. It's been a tough ride. We've been very scared for the past week.
Yet even as they celebrated the result, all will wonder what exactly happens next.
Considering last week's very difficult circumstances, you made a very brave choice. However, I am fully aware that the mandate here is not a mandate to break with Europe, but a mandate to strengthen our negotiation position to seek a viable solution.
The Prime Minister got the result he'd hoped for. It vindicates his negotiating position in Europe and cements his power at home. Already the former Prime Minister and opposition leader Antonis Samaras has resigned in defeat. But the promise of a good deal for Greece is surely something that can't be guaranteed.
We're not sure about anything now. We had a plan about yes. With no, we don't have anything. It may be better or worse. We'll find out.
In Greece, these continue to be worrying times.
Amid the jubilation here, it's been reported that negotiators' bags are already packed for an immediate return to Brussels. Greece needs a deal, and it needs one quick to allow the banks to reopen before they go bust. But the trick will be in keeping the promise of this referendum, not to accept a deal they don't like.
Who knows what mood they'll find among the lenders. In the creditor capitals, Brussels, Berlin, Frankfurt and Washington, the vote had been framed as an in-out referendum on the euro. Will Greece now be shut out? A majority here have refused to give in to that fear.
I'm very happy and very proud. What do you think Greece has achieved? Independence. We shall not be slaves. We shall be free people. A free people, and we deserve that.
A part of Europe?
No.
A part of the Eurozone?
No, why?
After 5 years of spending cuts, tax hikes, job losses, of pain and humiliation, those who voted no have roared back, enough. Most do want to remain at the heart of Europe and the euro. They just don't want to feel as if they're being punished anymore. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, Athens.
Well, soon after the results of the referendum came out, Greece's Conservative opposition leader, Antonis Samaras, resigned. His New Democracy party had campaigned for a yes vote in the referendum. The former Prime Minister said his party needs a new start under a new leader. OK, let's cross to Barnaby Phillips, who's standing by for us in Athens. Athens, everybody's talking about being free, democracy ruling the day, but democracy isn't going to pay the bills, is it?
No, it isn't. And after the euphoria of tonight, Greeks are going to wake up tomorrow and they and their government are going to confront a very difficult situation. Greece's banks on life support now for the best part of a week. Capital draining away, reliant on the European Central Bank to keep going. The economy, which of course has been in such a bad condition for many years now, has deteriorated at an accelerated rate in recent days. Economic activity limping along. Tax collection has pretty much collapsed in all the uncertainty, and there is enormous bad blood and an extreme lack of trust between this Greek government and its European partners, its creditors. That lack of trust has been building up gradually over the past 5 months, but over the past 6 days or so, you've had posters on the streets of Athens put up by the No Camp, by the government, with a picture of Schäuble, the German finance minister, saying, "This man has your blood." You've had the Greek Prime Minister, Alexis Tsipras, talking about blackmail and humiliation. It all means it's going to be very difficult to come to an agreement now, but I'll bring in my guest to see if he agrees with some of my analysis. Wolf Piccolo, political analyst. Would you agree with what I've been saying, that now the euphoria goes away,
right,
we have a real problem on our hands?
I will only add that we are also very short of time here, in addition to what you just outlined here. The banks, by Tuesday, they will be without money, the ATMs will be running empty, and the ECB is not going to move until the Euro Summit on Tuesday is over. And if it moves, it not necessarily will move in the right direction in terms of Tsipras, but it could move in the other direction. So as of today, there is even more uncertainty that we had over the last couple of months, essentially.
But Alexis Tsipras surely has a point, doesn't he, that his position, however much the European leaders didn't want to do business with him,
right,
his domestic position is reinforced.
Absolutely.
He's a real power now at home,
Yeah.
and they can't close the door on his face when he tries to meet with them this week.
Oh, they will never close the door. Absolutely no. That is not how you do bargains in Brussels. But they will listen to him if he goes there with a realistic proposal. And the problem he has now is that, as you say, it's much stronger than before, but the economy is much weaker than it was 7-10 days ago. So from the European side, there could be requests for more concession, more cuts, more taxes. Whereas here, he has to play even more hardball because of all the 60% plus vote that he got today. So potentially here we are set for some sort of collision, and meanwhile, as I was saying before, we are running short of time.
But that could depend on how he interprets the mandate that he got from the Greek people today,
Right.
because it's not clear exactly what every Greek voted for, that they
Yes.
are all, as we know, as we've been saying, construing this question in different ways.
Yeah.
It may be that they were telling Alexis Tsipras, keep us in the euro, that's what we want, get us a deal under the best possible terms.
Yes.
And he could read that in different ways.
He can certainly read it in different ways. Clearly, he doesn't have a mandate to take the country out of the euro, but he's already calling for a 30% debt relief, the cut on the debt of the country. That selling this to the Europeans, you know, here they got voters. There are 19 parliaments in the Eurozone. They got voters. They got parliament. Is going to be very, very difficult. So we are basically set here potentially for a collision, and it's unclear which one is going to give in first. Meanwhile, the banks will remain closed, the ATM machine will run empty, and the economic situation will continue to deteriorate.
But he's got a point about debt relief, doesn't he? I mean, it is unsustainable. Some of it surely needs to be forgiven.
Absolutely. There is a point there. The IMF has been saying it the same. The question that comes in exchange for conditionality. Nothing comes for free. That is how Eurozone essentially works. And debt relief has been on the table for some time. The question here, government after government, they failed to meet the conditionalities. The implementation of the program was always very weak. So he's not going to get debt relief simply because today he got 61% of the votes. He has to put something on the table. As it is now, it's very unclear what he can put on the table.
Wolf Piccolo, thank you very much
Pleasure.
for your analysis. And that's it from Athens on what's been a momentous evening. 2 o'clock in the morning now. The crowds have drifted away, and Greeks will wake up on Monday morning to a fascinating, but as you were hearing, very uncertain new reality.
It's been a long day for you, Barnaby. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Well, the President of the European Parliament, Martin Schulz, says that the no vote is creating a difficult situation, but that the will of the Greek people must be respected. He says a humanitarian programme for Greece should be discussed within days.
Ordinary citizens, pensioners, sick people or children in the kindergarten should not pay a price for the dramatic situation in which the country and the government brought the country now. Therefore, a humanitarian program is needed immediately, and I hope that the Greek government will make in the next coming hours meaningful and constructive proposals allowing that it is meaningful and possible to renegotiate. If not, we are entering in a very difficult and even dramatic time.
Well, Jackie Rowland in Brussels looks at what the next stages will be following that no vote.
Well, the big question now is what a no vote means. The Greek Prime Minister had always said that a no vote would strengthen his hand in negotiations with the Europeans, whereas in fact EU officials have said that a no vote would mean no more negotiations and quite possibly the end of Greece as a member of the Eurozone and even foreseeably the end of Greece as a member of the European Union itself. There are various different scenarios for what can happen. The worst scenario would be for the European banks, European lenders to suspend all support to Greece. We would see the Greek banks becoming insolvent, a return to the drachma, which would be immediately devalued, probably several times over, hyperinflation, and inevitably the poorest members of Greek society would be the ones who would suffer most. Another scenario, which has already been hinted at some European officials, including the President of the European Parliament, Martin Schulz, is in fact that there could be more EU money for Greece, even in the event of a no vote, in the shape of emergency loans to at least pay public servants and keep vital services like hospitals, public transport and power going. Ultimately, lenders, including the IMF, may have to actually look at the question of how sustainable the Greek debt is. Is it realistic to imagine that Greece can ever pay off this debt and all the interest that's accruing on it? There are those who argue that there may have to be some form of debt relief, although obviously the word debt forgiveness or writing off debt is something that many in Europe, particularly in Northern Europe, are not happy about.
Jackie Rowland there, where Stephen Keane is the head of the School of Economics, History and Politics at Kingston University, London. He joins me live from there now. Thank you for joining us. What are your thoughts on this evening's result?
Well, I'm impressed, of course, by the scale of the result, because all the polls were incorrectly predicting almost a hung result, and this is an emphatic no vote. So it very much strengthens the hand of Syriza, and it means they actually start, I emphasise start negotiating, because all the way through the Troika has not negotiated. The Troika has completely stonewalled them and insisted upon austerity. Now with this strong no vote to austerity, there's a prospect for the Greeks to go back and play hardball and say, you have to negotiate, you have to consider debt reconstruction, and you have to lift your conditions of austerity.
Well, Mr. Keane, I mean, it's very obvious that Mr. Tsipras can go to the creditors, to Europe, and say, look, I've got the power of the people behind me. Do they care?
They haven't cared for a while because they really thought they could break the Syriza government. Quite frankly, they have been trying to run a putsch, and that's a expression I've heard from inside the negotiating team. That's been the intention, to break Syriza, to drive them out of power, basically to lead an anti-democratic coup by a group of unelected officials to defeat an elected government. That has failed. Now, with that failure, the Troika is no longer in a position to think they can destroy the party they're negotiating with. They have to live with them, and now they've got to reach a deal.